a pilot with the SkillSea materials. They started with the educational package Digital Skills 2 and pilot course Maritime Cybersecurity. Program leader Alex Barlow and his students share their experience with us.
Using the SkillSea materials was really helpful for developing the cyber
Good morning, everybody. If I could ask everybody to come and take a seat. It's 10 o'clock. I'm sure you wouldn't like all of your students to be late for their first seminar in the morning. See? Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, may I present the two students that are sat down in the front waiting? Hey.
I'm Alex Bloom.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Yeah, I will be this afternoon.
Good morning, everybody, and on behalf of the SkillSea organisers, welcome. If we could all get started. Thank you. Good, that's more or less everybody seated. Can I just say well done to the two students in the room who came and sat down straight away when we said we were starting. Poor show to all of the lecturers here who came and sat down 4 or 5 minutes later. Whoever's teaching these two lads, well done. Obviously they're learning their lessons very well. They know about punctuality and watch keeping. So that's an excellent start to the day. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the SkillSea conference, closing conference. My name is Craig Eason, and I'm going to be moderating for the course of today. What we will be doing throughout the day is we've got basically a few presentations and some panel sessions. This is being streamed, and hello, everybody who might be watching online from wherever you are around Europe. If you go to, and in the room as well, what you can do is you can go to Slido, it's called Slido, not Slider, and visit Slido, S-L-I-D-O, .com or SLI.do, I think it also works. And you put in the SkillSea, there's a hashtag space there for the code, put in SkillSea, and you'll be able to ask questions. I'll get the questions up on my computer or on my phone, and I can ask the panel or the 3 panels during the day, your questions as they come in. It gives an opportunity for everybody to participate in this day so that we're able to get the message out about education and training. Now, just a little bit about me. I'm an ex-seafarer. I took my certificate of competency in 1989. I did a cadetship in the UK back in the day. It was a 3.5, 4-year cadetship with a lot of sea time, and then I was at sea up until about the 90s. And then I became a journalist, basically. I was a journalist with the BBC and then Lloyd's List until I went solo and started my own company about 6 or 8 years ago. So I've been in this industry quite a long time, for about 30 years, either as a seafarer or as a journalist, and now increasingly as a moderator of events. So I'm here to sort of facilitate the day to make sure that everybody in the room and anybody who's online can actually get the most out of what we've got here today. Before I introduce René, just a little bit about the structure of today. We've basically got, after René, we've got a couple of a presentation and then a panel session where we're going to look at existing and current skills, and I'll introduce the panelists at that point. Then we've got the METNet launch, and Alco is going to introduce the concept around that. After lunch, we're going to talk a little about in a panel about future skills needs, and this is looking at what is likely to be needed from seafarers in the future as we look at what's happening in the industry, you know, when it comes to the transformation that we see relating to decarbonisation or the digitalisation. So what skills we actually anticipate we're going to need, and how we're going to structure that skill into training and education for the people who want to be on the ships. And then in the last session is more of a policy session, and there I'm going to be talking to people about how we structure or we create the framework to create that future setup that the previous panel will have possibly have highlighted as being what we need to do. So all the way through that, I want your questions. So I do want you to raise your hands or in your room or put them onto Slido so that I can get your viewpoint across in that. So now let me hand over to René, please. René is chairman of the project board for SkillSea, but he's also head of policy.
And that's the secret.
Yes, so he's perfectly competent to introduce the whole.
Hopefully. Thank you so much, Greg.
Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome this morning here at the SkillSea conference. I'm honoured to welcome each and everyone to this SkillSea conference, which, to my regard, is a momentous event that marks the culmination of a challenging yet highly rewarding project. As we gather here in Brussels, it is remarkable to reflect on the journey that began in 2018 with the signing ceremony graced by the esteemed presence of the EU Commissioner for Transport at that time, Ms. Violeta Bulc. I don't know if there are some people in the room who also attended that particular meeting. Hands up, yeah? Yeah. Only 3 of us then left, yeah? But today, after 4.5 years, ladies and gents, I would say of tireless collaboration among over 25 partners from 15 countries out of Europe, we stand here to unveil the main conclusions and the results of the SkillSea project, along with our recommendations for the skills strategy for the maritime transport sector. But let me assure you that this conference is not just about presenting these findings and these recommendations to you. It goes beyond that. Today we come together to keep on engaging in, let's say, meaningful discussions about the implications for the entire maritime transport sector, and most importantly, how we can prepare the current and future workforce to overcome the challenges that lie ahead. Because, you see, despite the remarkable surge in the development of innovative technologies such as artificial intelligence, robotic and machine learning, we must recognize that and emphasize also that human capital and craftsmanship remain essential for a competitive and also an attractive maritime transport sector. Let's not forget that. And SkillSea is, I think, a testament to that belief. It is through our collective efforts that we will pave the way for the brighter future of this sector. So why SkillSea? Allow me to briefly revisit the 3 major objectives that guided the inception of this, let's say, challenging project back in 2017 when we developed the project in collectivity. Firstly, SkillSea was designed to investigate the current and future challenges in the maritime transport and identifying the crucial skills needed to address these challenges head-on. Secondly, we set out to develop innovative educational packages providing maritime students now, the current ones, and the professionals, and the future students, future professionals, with the knowledge and skills necessary to adapt and to thrive into an ever-evolving industry. And finally, the third aim of this project is that we sought to stimulate and initiate new collaboration structures within maritime transport, fostering partnerships between educational institutions, social partners, research organizations, and governmental institutions. And today I stand here before you with the utmost conviction that we have achieved those 3 aims. And it fills me with a good degree of pride and also delight to deliver the results of the collective actions today to the audience and to our members and distinguished guests in this room. However, let's not forget that the past 4.5 years have not been without a share of obstacles. I must acknowledge that the most severe and, let's say, unexpected challenge that we faced was the COVID pandemic. Mind you that in 3 out of the 4.5 years, it was simply forbidden to meet each other face to face. forcing us to rely on virtual interactions. And this demanded a high level of flexibility, mutual understanding from all the partners that was truly, truly commendable. And despite the negative impact on the quality of the collaboration, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to every SkillSea partner for their unwavering energy and also creativity and perseverance in overcoming the consequences of that pandemic. Moreover, the duration of the project and the diverse composition, let's say we talk about 25 different partners, 15 different European countries, naturally brought about changes and alterations throughout the course of the project. Staffing and personnel transitions, shifting priorities within organizations, these things happen. And these were just a few challenges that we faced as a project. Additionally, external developments were also of great significance, and they exerted their influences not only on the project but also on the maritime sector as a whole. Let's say the war in Ukraine and the resulting energy crisis, as well as the reshoring trends triggered by the COVID pandemic, and also the complex geopolitical landscape that we find ourselves in, are just a couple of examples that such developments will or have and will continue to shape and to influence the maritime sector in the future, but also have had this impact also on the project of SkillSea. Yet, if there is one thing that SkillSea partners have proven time and again, is their resilience, I would say their perseverance and unwavering commitment to the power of cooperation. We have come to recognize that building a future for the maritime transport sector cannot be achieved by any single stakeholder alone. And SkillSea has established, in my regard, the undeniable awareness that a bright European maritime future can only be realized together. Now, let us turn to the program for today. Our esteemed Croatian partner from the University of Rijeka will enlighten us on the main conclusions of the research activities related and the related educational development work carried out on the SkillSea. And following their presentation, we will engage in a discussion to delve deeper into these insights. After that, and I'm very happy and thrilled to announce this, and also Craig told us a little bit about it already, there is a memorandum of understanding between 10 different maritime education training network and training partners, and they will sign an invaluable initiative that will prove the significance in cooperation of METS, maritime education and training, in skilling, upskilling and reskilling the current and future maritime professionals. And I think that we anticipate also for more partners to join this particular network. And this, I think, is a very good development coming out of the SkillSea project. Then we have lunch, Craig said, and after this well-deserved break, our partners from Eugenides Foundation in Greek will present the developed strategy for skills in the maritime transport sectors. And after that, representatives from research, government, and employers will engage in a constructive dialogue to explore the perspectives and also the implications of this strategy. And finally, in the closing session, the social partners and the distinguished representatives of the EU Commission will join forces to discuss medium and long-term skills needed in the transport, maritime transport. And I think that we believe that these dialogues must continue to be made in order to keep the sector prepared, resilient and advancing. This is also part of what we designed as the wheel as a representation of the continuum of our strategy for skills. So in that respect today, we practice what we preach. And at the conclusion of this conference, each of you will receive a summary document of the outlining of the SkillSea strategy. Now, I'm confident that today will be a fruitful and rewarding day. Not only because we can meet each other again face to face, but also that we are taking a significant step forward while we are closing the SkillSea project. And that, my friend, is what we are here for, to keep on making progress and to keep on collaborating and building a brighter future for the maritime transport sector. Now, before I bring my remarks to a close, ladies and gents, I would like to express an immense amount of gratitude to all the partners who have devoted themselves to this project over the 4.5 years. It is your hard work, your dedication, and your unwavering commitment that have made this journey possible. And I extend also my deepest thanks to the leaders of the different work packages and project management for their exceptional contributions over time. Without each and every one of you, ladies and gents, this remarkable achievement would not have been possible. And with that, I wish you all a very pleasant and fruitful day. And please let me leave you with a quote made by Henry Ford that, in my regard, embodies the collective endeavor of the SkillSea project. And that is, coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success. Thank you for your attention, and let's keep up this good work and have a great day. Thank you so much.
The shipping industry is being transformed by new technology and digitalization. And as both the industry itself and EU legislation set new environmental goals for the sector, also green shipping is emerging as a key trend. Working in this changed maritime field requires a flexible attitude. Therefore, maritime professionals also need to gain more soft and entrepreneurial skills. Maritime education and training institutes sometimes have a hard time keeping up with the rapid changes in the sector. The European project SkillSea aims to unburden training institutions and maritime schools, providing a toolbox and educational packages for teachers. You can easily adapt or adopt them to create your own and get your teachings quickly up to date. The research done by SkillSea tells us that maritime professionals are in urgent need of digital and technological skills, innovation and green skills, and leadership skills. SkillSea developed the following educational packages: Green Skills 1 and 2, Digital Skills 1 and 2, Entrepreneurship and Innovation, Leadership, Science, Technology, Engineering and Mathematics, and a Train the Trainer. Fleetwood Nautical Campus started a pilot with the SkillSea materials. They started with the educational package Digital Skills 2 and piloted the course Maritime Cybersecurity. Program leader Alex Barlow and his students share their experience with us.
Using the SkillSea materials was really helpful for developing the cybersecurity package, because it's that with the cooperation between partners on the SkillSea project, it means that that we've got access to a lot more expertise than we would if we were only developing it internally using our own sort of narrow experience and field of knowledge. I definitely recommend the SkillSea packages for other educators, both in a training context and in a classroom education context, because they're really geared towards sort of helping you identify what information you need to know about.
We all found that the cybersecurity module has been very relevant so far. The industry is changing and cybersecurity threats are very real in this industry. So we found that the module was delivered at a good pace, and we all enjoyed and learned a lot from it.
My experience of the lessons has been really good actually. I believe they've been very informative and I've learnt loads. I believe so. They've got me up to date. I've learnt a lot about different forms of attack and how to be secure against them and safe.
I'm very confident that this course has prepared us well for our careers, since the industry is moving forward in an increasingly technological manner, and with this course we'll be able to prevent a lot of cybersecurity threats from occurring and threatening our day-to-day ship activities.
Start using the SkillSea materials today. Follow us at www.skillsea.com. skillsea.eu.
You all look shocked. Can I introduce now Demir Zek from the University of Rijeka from the Faculty of Maritime Studies, who's going to give a presentation on some of the current learnings from SkillSea, and then we'll lead into the first panel session. So I can give you, Demir, the beloved.
Thank you. I need to use this thing. I hate this picture, by the way. And especially because right now I feel like a Tom Cruise. I have a mission impossible before me, so to present you the results of 2 work packages, which are actually printed on more than 200, 300 pages, a lot of conclusions, a lot of different suggestions and everything else. And I have to do this in 20 minutes. I'm absolutely sure that even Tom Cruise would need 90 minutes for this. So I will have to fit it in the next 20 minutes. So this is my presentation. By the way, this is not one of nice pictures. This is one of the outcomes of this project, which is actually the representation of the current knowledge in the STCW, quite a complicated outcome of the lexical analysis of the words and terms representing knowledge here. Okay, this is how we started. We started by identifying the challenges we are facing at the beginning. We noted what you see on this big pictures on the side is that we very clearly find out that in many educational institutions there is a lot of required knowledge which is not taught or left for some later phase to be learned. At the same time, the industry and the sector as a whole there is a lot of challenges. This is a very popular word these days. So there is a shortage of maritime professionals. There is a constant change in the requirements on board the ships, within the industry, with the knowledge. There is a question of mobility in all directions, up and down, left and right, everywhere, that the people are moving. There is always a problem of communication skills. Again, communication is an issue not only between the individuals, but also between the group of peoples and even between the different stakeholders. So the communication issue is multi-phased issue. Then we are going back to what is the main task is the core skill set, what the people on board ships and later on in the industry should know, digital skills, the way it hit us few decades ago, and finally the one which is still coming, tsunami, called green skills. So this is what we faced as of today. The typical representation of the seafaring career or shipping career is roughly shown on this graph. Well, the students are starting by acquiring seafaring skills, which is normally considered as the most important part, which is in fact not true. They have to acquire also a certain amount of different transitional interpersonal skills because they are actually working among people and they have to communicate if they want to get job done. Then they form some kind of a shipboard skill set after having some onboard practice, and then they are moving forward, and some of them will eventually become employees of the companies or the governments or the maritime sector as a whole. Okay, in a little bit more formal way, this is the goals. So to minimize of the project, to minimize the current and future shortages, to promote cooperational platforms, and to utilize mobility potential, whatever that means. Whatever that means. Okay, how we try to solve the problem. This is the structure of the project. So first part, the work package 1 is skill needs identification, both the current skill needs and the future skill needs. The second part is future-proof education and training. The third part is strategy, which we will be talking about that later on. Work package 4 is awareness raising and stakeholder mobilization. Number 5 is implementation, and finally the number 6, work package 6, is a typical project and quality management, all of that under the Erasmus Plus umbrella. What I'm talking about is only the work packages 1 and 2, so about those other work packages, some other colleagues will later on talk about. So what were the challenges for this part, for the future, current and future skills? The first problem, now we are starting with the tough part. The first problem is definitions. For many terms which we faced, there is no unified or harmonized or easily understandable definition. The one which I will use as example is the definition of the term skill. We are using the words. The whole project is about the skills. But if you look at the literature, there is no clear definition of the term. Actually, this is the term which each of us are giving the meaning in a different circumstances, depending on, definitely on your previous education, experience, literature you read, and so on. So actually, the basic term is not clearly defined. And especially if you combine that with the legal documents, with the STCW convention, where the skill is not defined, but there is some terms used in a very close meaning, like a competence, proficiency. So it's a mess, frankly speaking. Well, I'm a professor, I'm using this kind of words. Well, okay, so this is the first of the problems which we faced. There is no descriptors. We don't know how to measure skills. We don't know how to measure a proficiency error. We don't know how to measure the student who is very much ready for the shipping industry or the maritime sector. How you would describe that kind of knowledge. There is no standard methodology. At the beginning, we start looking, okay, we need to define the skill gap. Okay, it is very clear methodology. If you are talking about a company, you will find at the internet so many private companies offering to do the skill gap analysis and provide you with all the data, but they never talk about the industry. And what we are talking here in the SkillSea project is not the industry, it's the maritime sector. So several industries, the shipping, shipbuilding, and all those related industries. Then we have the time horizons. We are very keen to say that we are trying to solve the future problem, what the future means. How many years the future is defined by. 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. The students we are educating right now will have to work until the year 2065 or something like this. Who knows what the world will look like at that age. So, and this is our maximum time span. Available data and reliability, no data, very unreliable, in very simple words. Who are representative stakeholders? Who we are going to talk about? And what about their internal conflicts? The governments and the companies, well, cooperate. I wouldn't say that they are friends. Educational institutions living in their own worlds. So another issue to solve, market forces. We are very keen to assume that market forces are stable, and we believe that before we start with the project. But within the project, we have two events. The first one is the COVID-19, and now the very different events which completely disrupted all the known market forces and changed the world we are living for? Who can give you the guarantee that the same thing will not happen again in the next 2 years, 7 years, or I don't know how many years? And finally, the one thing for which we are all sure is the technology development and its disruptiveness, how strong those new technologies will be. Okay, we started we tried to solve the problem in a very typical way. We started with the documents and literature review. We found some very good projects already done by EU and supported by EU 20 years ago, very useful. We did the stakeholder survey with the questionnaires. We questioned seafarers, people in the companies. We did the semi-structured interviews, focus group with the visionaries, so the people who are. We tried different approaches to get the opinion of the people on the subject, and then we start analyzing in a different way. So analyzing skills, skill standards, representation, technology development, trends and drivers, and many other things. In respect of the kind of skills, what we found out, what we learned, STCW convention requires only the basic level of knowing. Definitely obsolete document. That's out of question. It has to be amended, improved, including higher level capabilities, digital and green skills, and so on and so on. Not to mention that it is a very basic level for the very basic and typical ships. There is no sophisticated ships in the STCW. The maritime training and education is highly diversified even in the Europe, not to mention other countries in the world. So those differences are in scope, academic approach, level, depth, modes of delivery, but even more, there is a very different providers. They have a very different goal. Some of them are private, some of them are public. A very different experience, knowledge, proficiency, a shortage of education, of teachers, very emphasized. And of course, on top of that, they have to educate people for the technologies which are constantly changing. So what technology we should use. This is one of the examples in which we ask seafarers to say whether they are happy with the STCW knowledges, and 1,000, I think 200, 300 seafarers or something like that responded like this, and they, if you look at these graphs, they actually said, we are not happy with this. A lot of things are missing. We feel that we don't know what is missing and how, but we feel that something is missing. Okay, we started understanding the future by very simplified representation of the knowledge and skill gap, and said, okay, it's reasonable to assume that in the future this gap will increase. So this is what we started with. For the future, we again used typical methodology. We have to follow this. So to describe the key trends that will shaping the future, to forecast the technology available, trend analysis, ask people with a lot of knowledge what they think about, asking people or analyzing future methodology in respect of knowledge delivery, education, and finally combining all of this in a one package. And that package is actually represented with this graph. We said that what we are expecting to see, which is not a big discovery, by the way, we will not get the Nobel Prize for this, but it is simplified version. There is a green shipping, high impact. There is a digital technologies, high impact. There is innovation, not only in terms of new devices, but innovation of different relationships between the stakeholders, groups, individuals, and so on. And finally, there will be a sea land mobility and talent attractiveness in the area. I said before we started here, what the shipping and the maritime sector will have to learn that in the future they will probably compete for the people, for the talented people, not only among themselves, but also with other industries. The number of available people is limited, and those people will have to be fought for. Finally, we called all of this as operations in a digital world. I like the idea. It is very elaborated in the text, and I will try to very briefly elaborate what this means here. So what we learned is that the main directions are the digital transformation, sustainability and decarbonization, labor market changes, demography and innovation. For this presentation, I did a small exercise. I used those words and put into the ChatGPT. It's actually not a ChatGPT. It is Bing, Microsoft Bing, which is using the same learning platform behind it. Anyway, what you get out is quite a clever number of sentences. Could be used by any politician. Very effective. So, well, this is not what we try to get. What we try to get is to describe a little bit more these different areas. So what we meant by digital transformation, for us it meant that the future skills will be more complex. In the past, what we consider skills was a typical relatively simple procedure. Those procedures in the future will be much more complex, will involve much more people, will involve much more devices. So the number of collaborators will increase, emphasizing group skills. We used the very traditional title leadership skills, which is somehow misleading. When you have the word leadership, it assumes a leader who is leading somebody. What we expect that the future will bring is a collaboration with the very soft leaders, or leaders who are actually only preparing the stage, and the group activity, group dynamics is producing results. So group skills will be much more emphasized in the future. There will be a lot of skills which will be required, but not directly related with the core skills, with the shipping activities. And those skills will be required in the shipping industry. We, of course, expect a dedicated training in relation to the decarbonization. We now know that they are practically inventing a new fuel for the future ships every month or two. And each of them is totally unknown. Each of them will be at the beginning understandable for a very few people, and a large number of seafarers will have to be trained in a relatively short period of time. We are now talking, depending on how you're calculating, about 2.5 million seafarers in the world, plus at least that number of people working very closely with the ships. So we are talking about educating 5 million people in the world in the next 5 years. That would be really a challenging task. Of course, further specialization. We now have only one engine on board the ships, diesel engine. We will have different engines, different fuels, different storages, different supply chains. A lot of things will change in that respect. A labor market will change definitely. Again, a strong emphasis on cooperation and networking. We will face probably a flexible contracts, because that you can, well, 30 years ago, all the people specialized in information and digital technologies actually worked for the IBM. Now we have the millions of different specializations, and probably the same path will be led led by the shipping. New blends of skills. So in the past, we had on board the ships engineer officers and deck officers. I think that division will disappear in the future. New business models will probably emerge, and definitely what we need is a much more emphasized ability to adapt to the ever-changing working environment. So this is what will happen on ships. Gradual change. Please note, we are talking about 60 to 100,000 ships which will have to be changed in a certain time. We are talking about lifelong learning. So the question whether the educational institutions are able to prepare the students for the industry. No, they will not be. The system will be different. Shore size position, new occupational profiles, very high mobility, and there is a three gap closing approaches which we are going to consider. I put this graph on, which is now much more precise description of what will happen with the skill gap. So the first line is STCW as it is now. The green box is so-called additional proficiencies defined in a chapter 5, 6, and then on top of that, you see this small blue triangle. That was the courses organized by the shipping companies for their own needs. What we're expecting in the future, first, that STCW will be amended, meaning the minimum requirement will be increased. I hardly doubt that STCW will include all those certificates of proficiency in the core text. It will remain outside because the STCW is the product of the compromise, and that will be probably the outcome. But what we are facing is a huge blue square, the blue triangle, representing those small courses which will be required in the following years to close the gap. Okay, way out. The first part is a new learning methods. Thanks to the computers, we have a huge spectrum of new methods. So extensive use of blended learning is expected. Additional knowledge and skills, preferably in the form of the micro-credentials. Still, we don't have the very clear picture of what a micro-credentials is. There is not a formal definition, but probably will happen. New learning environments, so more flexible career development, higher mobility, individualized training and education, new occupational profiles, and increased transferability. New educational environment, emergence of new players in the educational arena. We already can see that practically all classification societies are offering education. There is a number of companies, probably Lloyd's Academy is one of the very well-known examples, offering education on top of the regular education. So this trend will be even stronger in the future. New or amended roles. It's a very complicated sentence, but meaning ship owners, you will have to pay more attention to the education of the people working with you. That will be a challenging task, a new task for the ship owners. It will not be enough just to have the contract with one of the schools and maybe some crew manning agency. It will not be enough. The more proactive role of the ship owning companies is expected. And of course, there will be extended networking within the groups and among the groups. At the same time, there will be a cooperation and competition. The economists 20 years or 15 years ago combine those two words and say it's a co-opetition. I don't know if it is a right word to be used here, but it is. It's probably quite close. The present educational system in Europe could not satisfy all these needs. It has to be improved, and action should be much more wider than it was in the past. Well, much more closer cooperation between the industry, the sector as a whole, education institution, and the governments as the three main actors in the area. And yes, going back to the basics, what we expect is harmonized subjects, already seen in the film. We expect the harmonized training, what we tried also to do in the we need international cooperation, which we will going to talk about a little bit later. And of course, dedicated MET programs as a last part of the show. Am I within the time?
You are, just. I was about to wave at you.
Almost like a Tom Cruise. Thank you.
Take that, take that. Thank you very much. So now, if I could invite the panelists to come up. And remember that you can go to sli.do, put in the hashtag SkillSea, and you can add some questions to come to me, and I will put them to the panel, okay? So feel free to ask any questions. I've already got one, anonymous one. I'll bring that one up later, I think. Good. Excellent. So now on this panel, just to get my notes here. So obviously now next to Damir, we've got Dennis Johansson. He's a former Master Mariner, captain. He's now head of HR for seagoing personnel at Wallenius Marine, based in Stockholm, and he's a board member of Seably. I don't know if you've come across Seably. But touch should, yeah, okay. There you go, there's the plug, out the way, okay. Mike Stringfellow is from Liverpool John Moore University, and we're going to be talking with him a little bit about some of that. We mentioned some of the courses and some of the ability to bring some of that, and I'm particularly interested in also in terms of how you adapted that, particularly during COVID, because I think some of the elements of the distance learning, how that can be applied even when cadets, for example, are on ships. And if you notice the gentleman without the shirt, he's the student. He's Jia Heo. Have I pronounced that right? Zhao. Yeah. Good, thank you. Zhao is halfway through his apprenticeship. Is that about right? Yeah, that's correct. That's about right. So I'm going to use him as a guinea pig here. I want to get him a little bit to give me, so this is all kind of, we're streaming it. It's not anonymous, forget that. What I want from you is a little bit of sort of insight about how you think your education is going, and particularly there's two elements of that. I'm going to give you time to think about this a little bit, because I want to know, when you're on a ship and you're talking to the people on a ship, the officers on a ship, what do they tell you about your future role on the ship? Do you know what I mean? Because if you go onto a ship as a first trip cadet, you're going to meet a lot of experience on the ship. Now, some of those people will be elderly gentlemen with a set mindset who will have an opinion about what the shipping industry. And I want to hear from you a little bit about what the challenges are in the encouragement and the education that you get and the support you get while you're on board, as well as how you feel the education is going towards the future. But Dennis, could I start with you, please? We heard from Damir then a little bit about how we see some of the challenges today. Can you give a little bit of a flavour about how you see what comes through your door at Wallenius when you're looking for apprentices to start that training process, and then what you get out of the door at the end of it, thanks to the colleges? I guess maybe it'll be Chalmers or other places that they go to in Sweden and around Europe. But what do you identify as what comes through the door and what comes out? I mean, I'm interested to see how you select, how the selection process has possibly changed or changing, and then how you're finding what comes out and able to work proficiently on the ships.
I can a little bit start from the recruitment process from the officers, especially on board. We were talking a lot about technical skills here. For me, that is 50% of what we are looking for. The rest is the social behaviors, the leaderships, how you are as a coach, how you treat people on board, because that will attract the future seafarers to stay on board. So when the cadets come on board on our vessels, it's very, very important to treat them in the best way, coach them, bring them into this. This is a lovely industry. This is the most fun thing you can do. And that is very important to make sure that they like it, stays, and tell their friends, and they tell their parents how wonderful this industry is, and more people will join the industry.
And when you go through the training, are you finding that the third officers or fourth engineers on the ships, or when you recruit third engineers or third officers or fourth engineers, whatever role it is, from externally, they haven't come through your training program? Are you finding that they are still fit for purpose, or are you having to bring in people and consider additional training immediately when you employ them?
First of all the cadets coming on board, I guess we take 90% of our new employees from the cadets coming to our vessels. And yes, we do additional training, especially for culture programs. For example, we are a lot of different nationalities on board. You need to understand different nationalities. We do all these kind of programs. Harassment is one very important thing, not only for cadets, for everyone, to understand that it should be 100% harassment free, for example. So there is a lot of more training, but the most of the training they are definitely doing on board.
Yeah. Mike from Liverpool John Moore. Let's go into what is the current what's the current program? Let's say pre-SkillSea. Let's just take an image of the kind of training process that you would have had pre-SkillSea. Was it strictly STCW compliant and that was it?
No, there's always been the short courses, there's always been the additional things, but it's been more about the things required because of, say, new legislation or new technology. It's not really been about what you're talking about in terms of behavioural, I suppose is what you'd say, the way that we speak to each other, the way we behave on ship.
Are these what you might call the soft skills? I mean, you mentioned it, Demir, the soft skills element.
Yeah, I think that's what it tends to be referred as.
Yeah.
But that sounds like it's a bit underplayed.
It does a little bit, doesn't it? I'm not quite sure I like the term soft skills when it's such a, particularly when you're on board a vessel and you're working on board in a closed environment with people. It's an important collaborative skill. Demir, you mentioned something about collaborative skills and working together as a team, and it struck me that is what being on a ship is all about anyway. That's not something new. In fact, there's a question I've got here specifically. I'm going to put this to all of you, and I'm going to start with you, Demir. All through the conversations I've had with people relating to SkillSea, there's one word that hasn't actually been used: seamanship. Nobody's used that word with me. They've talked about skills, they've talked about future skills, but what we haven't talked about is whether we are redefining the word seamanship, because to me, seamanship is about that ability to work on a ship and have that collaborative feeling with the crew, the ship, the cargo, and the environment. And it's how that, are we redefining seamanship? Is this what we're talking about? Being able to redefine seamanship?
There is one great American admiral who said that the mark of the great seamanship is never getting into the situation that you need the great seamanship. And this is what we have right now in the industry. The industry is, as far as I understand now, it's my opinion, is not adventure anymore. It's a very mature industry with a very clear demands and very clear conditions to be satisfied. Yes, it's demanding, it's challenging, but it's not adventure anymore. Or I don't understand it as adventure. And seamanship as a term is usually connected, tough guy and tattoos on the side and rings in the ears, which I don't think that especially future shipping will look like that. Well, the future shipping is a very serious business, which has to be carried on time, completed in time, with the very reliable results, and those kind of adventurous approach, I don't think it's the part of the, and that's the reason why I don't like the word seamanship, because seamanship is something which you learn hard on by doing the old way. And
that's why I wanted to come back to you in a second about that, because I wanted to find out about that, how that enables that. So just, carry on with what you're saying.
Okay, go.
But how do you... I feel like being a lecturer right now. Are you a lecturer by any chance? You are. So can I come to you now a little bit here, and then I'll go back to Mike about some of the sort of like courses, and we'll look at how we've adapted to the courses. But have you got this sense about seamanship, having been working on the ships, and do you feel that what you're getting from the college is helping to develop this new identity about seamanship, and how does it fit in with what you're seeing on board?
So, is this mic working? Yeah.
Yes.
So, as per COREX, so I'm not sure if you're familiar with COREX. So it's collision regulation. Every seafarer has to have good seamanship, but it's quite a vague term, seamanship, you know. So what I think is seamanship is like taking account of like different aspects. So other ships, people on board. You have to have logical actions and stuff, you know. So that's what I think.
Yeah. Do you feel also that as an apprentice coming into the industry that you needed to have an ability to make your own decisions, to be self-aware, to actually take judgment and be responsible for those judgments? Is that sense of responsibility, do you think, there from the start, or something that you find you're developing?
So, like, what you learn at school is like pretty much the basics. So basics, and what you learn on board is like a bit more advanced, actually. On board, you will also create your own work style. So, like, people work differently. Like, for instance, I work different as the third engineer, for example.
Let's go to Mike. With the mic.
Mike with the mic.
How do you see the role that you've got then as a training institution, sort of adapting to that? So can you talk me through how you perceive the concept of seamanship, and then we'll talk a little bit about how you've then used SkillSea to evolve that.
I mean, when I was a cadet, seamanship was almost sort of tying knots. You know, if it was seamanship, it was still sort of a practical task rather than something where we were searching inside ourselves to think about how we were going to be. In terms of the programs, again, the word generic was used quite a lot. You know, it was a generic ship, and that sort of meant that everything could cover everything.
Yeah.
Whereas I think what started happening, again, feel free to correct me, but what I think started happening is there's more people now saying, well, this was my experience, and so I can talk to you about my experience, and then there's other people to support them with their own experiences, and you get a much sort of broader picture. And so the idea of generic maybe has disappeared a little bit, I think. That's where I am.
So when we're going down this route that Demir said, that the industry is becoming a lot more sort of, I don't want to use the word professional, that's not the word I want, but it's certainly more focused and mature in a way, isn't it? It's not, we're not leaving individuals to go onto the ships and be themselves. It's not that level, it's not that kind of autonomy anymore. It's a new kind of autonomy. And I don't mean that in a digital sense either.
Well, I think I mean, you're going to start talking about online and distance learning and things like this. The idea that you've done the basics at school and then you've gone to sea and you've done the advanced stuff, that makes total sense to me, because again, you're learning the ropes
Yeah.
Sorry, you're learning the ropes when you're at school. You're in the classroom, and then you go to sea and you start applying it to the specific ship that you're on. And again, there's simulator courses, and there's very, very good simulator courses. And for engineer, I'm guessing you're an engineer. Is that right? You said third engineer.
Like I get both license, so
cool.
I get to be an officer or an engineer, but I prefer be an engineer. So
Okay. So with with engineering, again, for us, some of the sea time can be done not at sea. So, for example, you do workshop skills and things like this, whereas for the deck courses, it's still all at sea. I think it's still being looked at, but that suggests that there's a difference in terms of sort of specificity. You know, the workshop skills means that you're in a training environment and you can learn these specific skills. Whereas when you're at sea, you're being supported by people who are working there, and so they're also doing their jobs as well as helping you as support. So I think it's different in that way.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just going to come back to you again in a minute about the courses. The mayor put up all the different courses about the green skills and the blue. I'm just going to go to Dennis for a second here, because we're talking in the next panel about future skills and then sort of around the policy area. But when I look at what Vilnius is doing, for example, you know, you're part of a partnership that's potentially going to put giant sails onto ships. You've been at the forefront. You and I were talking about ballast water systems going onto ships long before the Ballast Water Convention came into force. So you've got a history, I'd say, of being advanced when it comes to putting technology onto your vessels. How do you incorporate innovation, technical shipping innovation? So I'm thinking here about how you're already thinking about green skills and digital skills onto your ships, because you've got that history of, or that, you know, that tendency to be kind of ahead of the curve.
This is actually kind of the hard part, because some others are doing the intervention or whatever. They do sail ships, and then they assume that everyone will be able to use them. So right now we are looking a lot into how are we going to do the training for sailing vessels again, because most likely those ships, it's big ships, it's huge car carriers taking 8,000 cars sailing across the oceans 90% of the time, so it will be a lot of sailing. So that is what we're looking into now, but this will be for the ship owner side to make sure they have the training when they are delivered.
So have you got in place any sort of structure yet to think about how you're going to do that?
That is what we are doing right now.
That's what you're doing right now?
So we have a project doing that now. The ship is supposed to be delivered maybe late 26 or 27.
And is this training going to be, it's going to include the engineering and deck as well, isn't it?
But most deck officers.
Most deck.
Yeah. So we're trying to do this together with some school.
Because I know there's a number of, just thinking about wind assist solutions at the moment, it's something I've got a bit of a focus on with my work, and I know that there's about 25 ships already on the water with some sort of wing sail, Flettner rotor, and there's more coming. I've been told that there could be about 80 by the end of the year, and that's a large number. And even though the manufacturers say they want to automate things as much as possible, you can't rely 100% on that, can you? You've got to rely on the people on the ships being able to, been able to do something if something happens, and to be able to use it as effectively as possible.
Yeah.
So I mean, how do you envision? Actually, on another point from there, just thinking about your experiences and what you're looking for. Actually, it's another question for you in a second. But do you find that this is exciting?
I find
the
it
seafarers,
very
not you, the people you're employing, the people that come in, going onto the ships. It's exciting for them.
Anything you do with sustainability or doing innovation and try to do good environmental for the earth, the young people, they love it. They don't want to join a company that is not working in those areas today. So I love working for this company, because that attract people to us and make my life much easier as a
because they're enthusiastic. Is that one of the reasons you came into shipping is an extremely technology-driven industry. We're not going to return to the days of big sails on ships, but we're certainly an extremely technology-driven industry, aren't we? Is that one of the things that was really attractive for you?
Yeah, so as we were speaking right now, like technology is still developing. So there are like new things, because I've gone to an event in Finland called Trade-in Trainer about the augmented reality and how we could like adapt that into the maritime industry. So I think like it's pretty interesting to see all those things adapting into the maritime industry.
Yeah. Let's go back to Mike. Mike with the mic.
I really like this mic. Can I say, one of the great things about doing the pilots was what you're talking about. The fact, because I did the green skills, I did the digital skills, and it was the bit where you're talking to a student about something that maybe they're aware of, but it's not really something that's been part of their program. And they're really enthusiastic about it, and they want to find out more about how it's going to develop, to the point where you start feeling a little bit like you need to do some more reading. You know, it was pushy, and that was really good, because it meant that it became, it was very much sort of student-led, rather than me sort of trying to sell something. Yeah. Which sometimes happens.
Well, that's an important bit where you feel that you could get left behind, hence the train the trainer element of this. How do you think the training establishments, maybe I can bring Demir back into this as well, how do you think the training establishments are going to have to keep up to pace with all of this changing digitalization, virtual reality, green tech? Or do you just basically go down the STCW, add a couple of bits onto it, and...
I don't think I can talk about the training providers as I mean, I'm one person, but certainly from my perspective, I don't necessarily try to keep up. I don't necessarily try and stay ahead. What I do is I'm happy to learn, which means that if somebody comes into the room and they've got a story to tell, they've got something that happened at sea, something to do with, a new fuel or something, was it 1 a month? Is that what you said? So if somebody comes into the room and starts talking about that, it's being open to have that conversation, rather than, maybe saying, well, we're not going to talk about that because we're going to do stability today. That sort of thing. So again, it's us learning how to use the skills that we're talking about, just as much as it is us showing the benefits to the students.
Yeah. Demir, please.
Well, I was listening about this new wind-assisted ships. That what came to my mind. Well, I'm 64 today, and I work all my life in the shipping or related to the shipping, meaning combining those two facts, meaning that I'm conservative. And when you are conservative, you are always looking for the problems. And when I'm delighted with the wind-assisted ships, but if the idea is successful, and I really believe it would be, we will need that kind of assistance to push our ships across the oceans. In a very brief period of time, within the 5 or 10 years, you will have to have not only 15 educated seafarers, you will have to have 100,000. And that's the problem. Those 15, you will always find those 15 young, bright, keen people, challenging. But in one moment in time, you will be in the position that the industry will need 100,000 of them now. And that would be the challenge, because it is always, you can always create the group of 5 or 10 people who are keen to work, who will work even if you don't pay them, just because of the challenge they are facing. But the industry, which is my understanding, so mature as the shipping is, we've seen that how the world is reliant on the shipping during the COVID. So we already knew that it is a very mature industry, and the industry, if this will be the game changer, then you will need the 100,000 seafarers educated in operating the flattener rotor or whatever they devise at the end of the day. And educating 100,000 people will be the real challenge, not educating the first 20. You can do that easily. They will educate themselves, just to pick them up, they will do the job on their own. But educating 100,000 people for that, or 100,000 people for the methanol, or 100,000 people for something else. Huh? Or
But is it a
hydrogen.
case that we need everybody to be trained in everything?
No, but sorry, this is the numbers. You
Yeah.
have 800,000 officers. If you have 10% of the fleet, then you need 160,000 officers who are educated. This is a huge industry. We are talking
Yeah.
about the millions. Huh?
And the other element of that I'd bring in, I'll go to you in a second, Dennis, is we learned something, I think, about 10 years ago when we brought in ECDIS. Because we brought in ECDIS and we recognised that there needed to be new training, and we brought in a basic training and a more advanced training, wasn't there?
I'm complaining. The example is completely wrong, because the ECDIS was actually the small advance in what they already did. They had
Yeah.
the basic knowledge. You just give them the different way to show what they already did. But those seafarers sailing right now at the Valenius or anywhere else, they never saw the sails. They don't know even how to sail with a small boat, not with a highly complex system on board this ship. This is completely new level of complexity.
Well, Dennis, I'm sure they're not going to be learning how to... You're not going to teach them how to go onto a dinghy around the archipelago of Sweden, are you?
My father, he retired 10 years ago as a ship owner. He was also very conservative like you are. And he said also, this will never work, don't even do it, it's only bullshit. No way you are going to sail, and he was laughing. But we will build these vessels for sure. And I don't understand why we should not, I mean, methanol or LNG or whatever, or sailing ship. That should be responsibility of the ship owners to make sure that the crew on board have the training that is required to have a safe and efficient voyage. So
But not least because you're going to have insurers and you're going to have class and other bodies that are going to look at you and just go, you know, this is our safety level, you better meet it.
Yeah. Otherwise, you should leave the vessels alongside until you're ready for it.
So, Mike, do you feel that you're able to... Let's go back to some of these courses that you brought in, thanks to SkillSea, because I just wanted, because one of them was digital, you said, and green. So how did you change a course? How did you bring in a new course? And how did you then test its efficiency or effectiveness? Because you're using students as guinea pigs.
Yes, but they're kind of always guinea pigs. You know, I mean, you're talking about us walking
See,
into
that's
a
why I
room.
called you a guinea pig in the beginning.
Sorry. But, you know, you're talking about new
Yeah.
technologies, and we've read something and it's exciting and we want to talk about it, and you walk into the room and you start talking about it. And so your enthusiasm drives that lesson in my head. And then if they grab hold of it, it's a successful lesson.
Yeah.
I want to know what we can do to help you with the sales thing now. I like, because again, that wasn't part of what I did. Is it part of what you do? Talk about sales? No. So to me, that's something.
Yeah,
where,
but his point,
you know,
Dennis's point is, it's not your role, it's his role.
yeah, but we could still do a bit. You know, it becomes the interesting.
Yeah, that's
thing
because
that
you can
link
sell a
in.
service to a private organisation.
Oh, I'm not trying to sell you anything. Sorry, wrong guy. I'm not trying to sell anything to anybody.
No, but it's cooperation, of course.
Yeah.
If I use the digital skills one as an example, there was one sentence in the digital skills 1 EP that talked about doing the training at sea, and it was something that, again, because of COVID, we'd all started working online, but we were just able to start going back into the room. And so what we did with DS1 is we were able to set it up 2 different ways. One was online but face-to-face, and so it was a guided lesson, it was a discussion, there was lectures, that sort of thing. And then the other one was entirely online, working on the principle that the students were at sea. They weren't at sea. Let's be honest. They were again. They were the people that were available to look at the course. But what happened was we got a totally different approach to learning in the two. And whereas maybe with some of the STCW stuff, you talked about knowledge. You said about knowledge before. You're talking about this is what you need to know. with the DS1, very quickly, the first pilot, phase 1, they started sort of doing the talking, and they were very sort of task-orientated, very assessment-orientated, which we haven't set it up for. Whereas the digital version of it, the one that was built on Canvas and then put on Moodle, that became more about learning about the topics, reading into it, and the assessment sort of almost disappeared. So what we got from the DS1 pilot was that if they're interested in the topic, and again we're talking about going into a room and introducing new things, new technologies, you don't necessarily need to have some sort of an assessment-driven process. You introduce it and see what happens. That goes against a lot, you know, pretty much everything. There's learning outcomes, there's an assessment based on the learning outcomes.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why it doesn't necessarily sort of fit in with the what I've termed generic stuff, because that is learning outcome and assessment driven. Maybe.
I'm going to go to a couple of the questions. If you've got any questions, you can put your hand up as well, but I'm just going to start with some of them, one or two of the ones here. The reason for STCW stressing on competencies and KUPs is because they are measurable. How do you propose to introduce skill requirements in STCW, measuring it? I'll give that to you, Mike.
Well, I think I kind of just answered it. Some of them you're not going to be able to measure. So some of them you're not going to have a definitive outcome and assessment strategy. What you're going to do is you're going to have it built into the course, so it's more of a behavioural thing. It's more of a discussion.
Yeah.
So you assess the things you can assess. And again, something we found was sometimes because some of these things were quite difficult to assess, some of the EPs, they tried to find a way to assess things. And they were being innovative. I like, you know, I like the fact that innovation is one of them, because it was all the way through.
Yep.
Because it was quite difficult to assess some of them, and there were long conversations about it. But maybe sometimes not everything needs to be, you know, assessed. It doesn't need to be examined. It can be developmental. And so maybe it goes alongside the other stuff quite nicely.
Just got another question here. Actually follows on from that, but maybe I'll get Demir Zek, and actually you could touch on this as well. Do you feel that digital skills, green skills, innovation, and entrepreneurship, leadership, and STEM are of equal importance? So that list you put up there, Demir, are they all equally important? Does any one of them stand out, or two of them stand out more than the other? Can I get your response, and I'll get your thoughts?
Could you maybe elaborate that?
Okay, well, Demir, could you just maybe just elaborate that a little bit? Because you listed the levels of kind of the boxes of outcomes and skills. So there was digital skills, green skills, innovation and entrepreneurship, leadership, and STEM. That's the science, technology, and maths.
Well, I don't know, frankly speaking. They are designed to fill the gap. So if we have a gap in certain of those skills, then we have to fill it. Which skills will be needed? If you look at the other slide, you will find that in the future especially, but even today, you need a different blends of skills for the different positions. So when you are a third officer on board the ship and you are at the beginning of your career, then what is written as STCW is quite good enough. But when you are moving up to the ladder, then your basic core skills are less important, and those transitional, social, soft skills, call it whatever you like, are becoming much more important. The master on board a large cruise ship is actually using 99% of the time the social skills to operate 1,500 cruise ship in 5,000 passengers. He needs much more the social skills than the EGDIS. EGDIS is totally unimportant for him. But how to handling people is of the utmost importance. So importance is a very relative thing.
Yes and no. So I kind of agree with you on that one. So you were talking about a captain or any officers. they have to have like social skills, especially on a cruise ship, because I work with a cruise industry, Holland America Line, and it's quite important to have good social skills to to be able to talk to your fellow crew members, passengers as well, explaining what to do. And you also talked about that the captain does not see any necessity in the actives, which is actually quite the opposite, because he will be the one who's checking the routes, if it's safe to maintain this route, whether you're sailing over an island, for example. So,
Yeah, go on, Mike.
Sorry, can I ask, when you're talking to passengers, is there any way that you're assessed on that? Is there somebody stood at the back watching?
no.
No.
No, so you're on your own. So if passengers approach you, like for instance, like they have a question about engines, like what kind of engines you have, like these are like the basic knowledge you should have. Like I would reply with, yeah, we have 6 engines with 46 megawatts. No.
So in terms of the technical, I don't doubt that, but I mean in terms of talking to them. So again, lots of different people in the world, lots of different ways they're going to ask you the same question. Do you get support with speaking to people in different ways, speaking to them about the same thing in lots of different ways?
Yeah, so for me, it's not a difficult obstacle, because like before you get hired in such industries, you have to get there's a certain standard, so you have to have basic knowledge of English, for example. So you have to know your English. That's quite important before you talk to the passengers, for example. And yeah.
So so the interview's the assessment initially, and then certainly with us, there's a final oral exam where confidence plays a big part in it. So there is sort of some assessment there in terms of the things we're talking about. It's just, it's not the guy stood behind you going, oh, you didn't talk to that person right. Okay, thank you.
We've just got about 5 to 10 minutes left, so if you have any comments or thoughts or want to observe something, please raise your hand over there. I will give you a microphone. Because it's being streamed, you need the microphone.
Thank you. It just occurred to me that leadership is a composite word. It's leader and ship. And that gives you perhaps an answer to your former question, which was about seamanship and what it is today. I don't particularly like the term. It's a little gender-loaded. But apart from that, I would say, I don't know whether Damir will agree with me, that seamanship today is leadership with modern skills for the maritime environment. What would you say?
Yes.
That's what I'm sounding, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Alistair Gregg from University College London. We specialise not so much on people going to sea, but people designing ships at the high level. But the problems seem to be exactly the same. What you were saying, Damir, I could relate to all of those. We have exactly the same problems. And one of the problems we have, it's very easy to identify all the new technology and all the new things, the new cybersecurity you need to put into a course. But what do you take out to make space? Or do you make the course longer?
That was going to be, that's a good question, because that's come up before in terms of if you've got a training course that's cram-packed with requirements under STCW and you've got new elements that are coming in, do you turn his cadetship back into a 4.5-year, 5-year cadetship, or what do you say, okay, they need to do somewhere else?
I don't really want to answer the question, because whatever answer I give, somebody's going to not like me for it. So I love celestial navigation. Yeah, I taught it for years. I think it's fantastic. And we're talking about how when things go wrong, they need to be able to do stuff, outside of the digital world to be able to make sure they're safe.
Yeah.
So if I I know that if somebody else was stood up here and they said, well, CellNav doesn't need to exist, let's replace it with what we're talking about here, I'd be a bit upset.
Yeah.
So I think it's a very difficult question that I'm going to dodge. That's my plan with this.
Well, I don't think that you can solve the problem. And that's the reason why we put on the last slide those cooperation and competition at the same time. I don't think that there will be a one solution to the problem. I think that the educational institutions will have to cooperate and compete at the same time. So some of them will have to take something out and put something in. Some others will do probably different, and there will be a number of different skill sets offered through the different programs. And that's the reason why I think that the future cooperation among MET institutions, so those providing maritime education and training in very broad sense of the word, will have to cooperate much more than before. I think that that's the reason that I'm strongly advocating the MetNet. It's not over there, but will be later on, because my understanding is that when you put all the MET institutions in the Europe, there is still not enough capacities to cover whatever will be required from us in the next 5 to 10 years. So it will be a challenging time. Probably each and every institutions will have to find their place on the market, their group of institutions to cooperate with, the group of ship owners or the other companies to support or cooperate. That's the reason why we put inside the specialization. Some of the schools will be specialized for one side of the activity, some others for other. And this is how I see the future as a highly diversified. Contrary to what we had in the past, you had maritime academies, and then deck and engine, and that's it. The future, my understanding, will be very, very different, much more foggy and obscured and with much more different combinations offered to the students to join the club.
Well, let's take that one step further, because you said that you're doing a dual apprenticeship. So you're cramming engineering and deck into how long?
So you get a total time of 360 days at sea.
Yeah.
And you have to so there's a task book. You have to finish a task book, which is required by the SCCW. So for the people that don't know what the task book is, so you get like a certain task, and you have to complete them. And when the training officer on board thinks, hey, he's...
Who's the training officer, by the way? Is that the second mate, the chief officer?
For me, like when I was in the engine department, it was the first engineer officer.
Okay.
And on deck, it was the second engineer officer, deck officer.
Yeah. So go on. So that they had to check that you did these assignments.
Yeah. So
tasks.
it really depends. Like it really depends on your training officer. For instance, when one training officer says, "All right, he has already done it. I'll just sign it off and get lost," or.
Well, this is an important part, because these aren't trained trainers, are they? These are officers on the ship. They're not educational people, but they're your training officer, and they're signing a book to say that you've done all of this engineering and deck, and that you will go back to college and you say, look, I did all of this. Yeah. And then you're just saying, well, I've just...
Yeah. So how reliable is that? Like, does that make you competent? That's quite a vague question. But for my experience, when I was on board, I had to explain step by step what I had to do for each task. For instance, inspecting cooling water or overhauling wires of a lifeboat. I have to elaborate step by step what I've done, why I've done it, and etc.
And on that list, just going back to that question about what we take out and what we have, what we need to make space for, basically. Were there tasks that you looked at and you just think, I've got no idea why I need to do this? Did you pick? Have you picked up a sextant and taken a star sight?
Yeah, I've done it.
Yeah.
Like, I think like those are the things.
Just once, just to do the.
Yeah. Like those are the things you have to like do once, and that's it. But like, for instance, like there's this specific task in your task book, which is challenge your superior officer.
Challenge your superior officer.
It's literally stated in the
chess, arm wrestle.
Yeah, like in a specific situation, but it's very vague. I've asked him about it. It was like, "You're never gonna challenge me." So yeah, basically, yeah.
Just on table tennis.
Maybe I would have a chance, but.
Anybody else got a final question before we go for coffee? Hang on, I need to give you the microphone because there may be people watching.
Can I briefly reflect on the question that you were asked about what you take out? Because that basically suggests also that there is one single package, and if you finish and conclude that, you stop learning. And I think the future also, what you presented is much more about lifelong learning, and also that requires a little bit more of a different attitude towards, let's say, learning, and in a more, let's say, fluid and flexible way. Indeed, combining and collaborating between, shipping companies and education to see how we can, foster this attitude of lifelong learning. So it's not really a concrete answer, but it suggests that an attitude towards more lifelong learning is the future in that respect. Yeah.
Good. Anybody else got any final comments or thoughts? Good. Thank you very much to our 4 panellists, especially to our student here for his insights and thoughts. We've now got a coffee break for about half an hour, so please use that time to reflect a little bit on what we're talking about. And then following the coffee break, Alco is going to come up and talk about the MetNet.
mainly say we had the online meeting, if you remember.
Hello again, everybody. If we could take our seats, we shall resume. We got another opportunity for lunch to network. If you could come back in, please, and take your seats.
Your pen, if you need it.
Yeah. No. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Just waiting for the stragglers who want a second cup of coffee, or third. Well, thank you again. And one of the elements, one of the sort of outcomes that Demir was talking about at the start when he gave his presentation, one of the three elements that he pointed to was the need for collaboration and cooperation. So, and from that, as you are aware, there is the launch of METNet. And Alco Weeks from SEC is going to talk about METNet and the need for collaboration, and then you're going to sign a memorandum of understanding.
So, thank you. Bear with me until the lunch. Let's see how it works. Sustainability, it's hot, it's green, but sustainability is also needed in the maritime education and training. And in talking about the wheel that some people discussed, this is the formal wheel, which is in our 3.1 methodology, in a way showing the project, but also how they are connecting and who is where. And we are talking about those two. This is where maritime education and training, which we are saying MET, that everybody knows what's MET. Now, that's MET. So the METs that are the Maritime Education and Training Institutes, but we like abbreviations in the shipping world. So let's look at that. So we are talking about formulating and developing. Because we have loads of different MET. We have them on master level, universities, and they have research capabilities. We have the bachelors on professional education or in universities, but in the Netherlands, for example, it's a professional university. That's different type of research. They are doing research, they have research capabilities. But we also have loads of vocational schools in Europe which don't have research capabilities. That's not in their task. There are very good instructors there in those schools, maybe even better than on the master level. But they don't have the research capabilities, nor is the school organized to do research. But, but if you look at this amount of schools, you can see that the most students coming in Europe to sea are coming from vocational. So the group that doesn't have the research capabilities is delivering the most of the seafarers. That's a challenge. So what does that mean? We discussed this morning that new skills are needed. We also see that the intake of students at the moment is going down. There are several reasons for that. In the Netherlands, at least, we have seen one. If it is going economically very well, our students are going down. If it's going economically bad, our students in the Netherlands are going up. So that's a little bit related, but there are much more and other reasons that they are going down. And that means that because most of the schools are paid by the amount of students they are getting into the school, you are seeing restructuring now in many schools. People are leaving the education at the moment as a lecturer because there is no work for them. And then we have the interesting storyline is what Mike was talking. Yeah, but cybersecurity, I don't know anything about it myself. Methanol, I know what methanol is, but how are we going to cope? I don't know. There is so many subjects that we don't know as a lecturer what we are talking about, which makes it a challenge. And therefore, we are coming to what Damir stated earlier. We need collaboration in this respect. And that's what we luckily did in SkillSea. Because we need to move on with assessing what is needed. We need the social dialogue with EXA, with ETF, with ILO, with ETF, name them all, ICS, all the others. We need to collaborate. Okay, what's needed? We have to talk with Dennis. Okay, Dennis, what do you want for sailing? Because what we can surely state, I'm a little bit blunt, but the industry doesn't know anything about learning outcomes and learning objectives. They say, yeah, you have to do something on cybersecurity. Yeah, but what? What does the student need to know? What he needs to do? What must be able to fix? And those kind of wording, which is luckily now also in SSCW, we have a taxonomy now in SSCW coming, that making it very clearly what does the lecturer give to the student. The student understands, okay, this is what I need to do. They ask me to demonstrate to start up a hydrogen engine. Then everybody knows, okay, this is the steps. And then you come to our students saying, I had to show the procedure. I had to show step by step what I need to do. And then we know, okay, he knows what to do. It's safe. We can follow. Otherwise, the Mets are very capable of making those kinds of formulations. But if they don't know what to formulate, we have a problem. So we need to collaborate. And of course, yeah, we are very well in developing materials. But first you need the learning objective, learning outcomes before we can develop. So we see here a lot of connections going on. So in this whole field, we see that many social partners are organized. EXA and ETF, they are a member of our consortium in the SkillSea. ICS, they are all organized. But yeah, the maritime industry, looking at sectors, they are organized. The shipping making industry is organized. The captains are organized. There are many partners that are organized. But we are not. And we, as member of a school, we are not organized. All the Mets in Europe are scattered around, talking to somebody, but not with a clear voice. And even we have found in SkillSea that education is so much different in Europe. In the Netherlands, for example, the bachelor education is almost allowed to make their own education. Of course, it's relevant and we're checked by EMSA, by the government, etc. But we are allowed to make our education. If you go to France, the ministry is talking about the education. If you go to Norway, they are making education for vocational studies. So it's so diverse, it's so different, that it's very difficult to organize yourself. But the educators are educating the new breed. We are educating the new students. We have to bring them up to speed with all the new knowledge which are coming from the industry, drop down into the school, fix this, yes, how we're gonna fix this. And therefore, I think we have to organize ourselves. So, the MedNet is talking about this. We are enhancing the cooperation, looking at mobility. First, between lecturers, we can easily, by Erasmus Plus, organize and meet each other and say, okay, well, do you have some knowledge about this? Shall we meet? We can do a lot of digital ways, of course. We can, with MedNet, improve the quality of the training. We can develop the learning outcomes and objectives. And we can monitor together with our social partners the developments. And therefore, when we have developed it, we can send it out in the world again. That is what we are talking about. And here you see some partners. We have several partners, we have founding partners, but in a way we're all partners now. Liverpool, there, it's coming quickly, SSC Group, CIMAC, INISM, Gezende, Remus, Constanda is here with her director. And we have some members already, and there are already one more today, because we heard that Cork will join us, and also EF will join us in this foundation, so we are already growing. And of course, after this momentum, we will go into the European world to go to all the schools that are there. And this is the new logo. We are MedNet, Maritime Education and Training Network. I hope it shows for itself. And therefore, we hope, and again, work together with EXA and ETF in the future again on finding new skills, new ideas, develop and send it out in the world. And therefore, we have a memorandum of understanding, which we want to sign. And I'm the lucky one. I'm the first one to sign because I'm the first one on the paper. So I will do that. So. Yeah? I was too quick. Gezende, you're the next. Above your name. Yeah. Then I have Jan Simak. Above your name, please. Robin? She has experience, eh? Wait a minute. Yeah, Constanza. I was thinking, hey, it was just on the other page. Yeah, above the name. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Damir? Raikja? Max? Above your name somewhere. He's enjoying the moment, eh? A little bit lower, I think. Okay. I think it's somebody else, but Tallinn, Dennis, you're going to sign. You're going, oh. Therefore, I know. Opa, really? Make it invert. Arnfinn, the Norwegian, above your name. Yeah, above your name. Yeah. So, thank you. And again, EF will join us, so please join us for the picture. But some people could not be here, and then the signing is a difficulty. Yeah, there is some reason. There is always something.
Now I put on the hat of advisor for maritime education to EF. Our governor, who is the one entitled to sign, became the Minister of Transport. So this is a valid reason for not being able to come and sign. But as you know, EF will join as a content provider. It's not a maritime school, but is a content provider to maritime. So I think it's a good time to say that we've got a Minister of Transport in the
yeah, so we are happy. Yeah, and Cadiz will join us, but they could not manage also the parts. And Cork will also join us. So what we like to do now is to have a picture of all the members. Also EF, please. And Cork. have to go on our knees.
We are way ahead of schedule. What are we going to do now?
Eat that. Well, luckily that was a lot quicker than Alco thought it was going to be. Didn't realise that herding Met wouldn't be a challenge. Who would have thought that? So anyway, so what do you want to do before lunch? Because we've now got, this is a good challenge for all the lecturers. If your lecture finishes early, what do you give the students to do before then, before they can leave? Should I give everybody a challenge? Or should we have a discussion? Let's have a discussion about...
Maybe there's a question?
Does anybody have any questions, generally, about coordination of MetNet? Or anything in general. We've got half an hour here, so we can actually make use of this.
Thank you. It's not about MetNet. Dan Hering from Estonian Maritime Academy. I have a question to Mike and Dennis and Amir, for example, the panel discussion. How much do you get input from the industry? What you should include in your program, or what you should change, what you should add? And to Dennis, how much you give input to the maritime academies?
So you're asking for an understanding of that link between industry and the Mets in terms of understanding each other's needs and capabilities.
Yeah.
Then, does anybody from one of the training institutions want to start? And then I can go to Dennis. Or Dennis, do you want to start? Yeah?
Hi.
Sorry, Mike, I'll just give him the microphone. No, he's got one, Mike. You keep the mic, Mike.
So for Sweden, we have I think we have a very good system where the ship owners together are sitting together with the schools to discuss what should be included in the education for the schools. So I'm not there myself, but I'm sending, for example, for the technical education, there's a chief engineer from our side and a superintendent, and so I think that system is very good.
Mike.
I was just on the phone with one of our sponsors during the break to talk about a new course that we're looking at sending the cadets on. So in terms of speaking to sponsoring companies and things, it's a constant thing, really. In terms of how much they influence the delivery, again, it's STCW, so it's only as much as you can. But in terms of when we get to level 6, level 7, when we get to the master's stuff, you know, the more support, the better. You get a sponsoring company where the CTO is keen to help. They're keen to sort of provide their experience. They're great for interviews and things, the primary data stuff. And so we have a really good relationship in that respect where everybody's talking all the time.
Is it something that you feel or anybody else in the room feels needs to be, or can it remain as a sort of, I'm just thinking about perhaps even one of the objectives of the MetNet here, to have a more formulated response or a kind of engagement with the industry so that there can be a little bit more arrangement.
Okay. Right. As you know, one of the outcomes is going to be discussed in the next panel is a proposal, because MetNet has been created, congratulations everybody, but the EMSF, which is the European Maritime Skills Forum, is a proposal of the project for the engagement of the other stakeholders with the Mets. That will also involve that the gaps mechanism that was created in the context of the project will have further input, not only from the Mets, but from the stakeholders. And that will allow a flow and a feedback relationship between the two that I think will now be feasible on a European basis. I think it's one of the big things that came out of this project. And if MetNet starts moving towards this direction, you know, attracting also and saying, okay, we are the first pillar of the EMSF, let's get the other pillars in, that will create a permanent sort of mechanism for feedback.
Anybody else want to add anything?
Well, my understanding is that part of the show would be the most challenging part. The reason is that most of the educational institutions in the past were and still are supported by the government, meaning the big boss is sitting somewhere in some ministry. And they are not keen to change. On the other side, the ship owners or shipping companies or the industry on the other side have their own life and their own problems. Their problems are usually on a much shorter time span. They need the problem to solve the problem now or to solve the problem within the next few months. They don't have to wait for the whole cycle, educational cycle of 3 or 4 years to solve the problem. And my understanding is that part on the cooperation with which we cannot survive on a long term, that's my understanding, that we have to establish that link, and to establish that link between the companies and education, knowledge providers, which is probably a better word than education, will require to change the mindset on both sides. and that is probably the toughest part of the exercise, because both sides have to have to change the way doing business and start to change doing business differently. And frankly speaking, in most of our working environments, we are doing a lot of things, the most of things in the same way because we did the same thing last year and the year before. And we are, in some schools, we still are teaching people celestial navigation. Why? Because we are doing this for the last 200 years. So why should we stop this? Unless we are pressed to do this. So this is my understanding, that both sides will have to change their mindset. The industry should be aware that they are not able to get the solution to their problem within 20 minutes. No way in this kind of field. And of course, the people from the education should understand that they are educating because of industry, no matter who is paying. Or actually, the industry is paying one way or another. Just the question is whether it is going through the government budget and then going back, or going directly, doesn't matter. So both sides will have to adapt to the new circumstances. That's my understanding.
It's interesting to mention that when the SkillSea application was developed already a large number of years ago, that more or less the assumption which you could read between the lines of the application is that collaboration between the industry and the education did not exist at all. But what we found out when we started digging into it in this subject in more detail is that the different European countries all have collaboration structures between the industry and education, and sometimes even with research, and in a number of cases also with government bodies. The interesting thing, however, is that these structures are very different and depend on the views of the different national governments on education, on how important their role is and which responsibilities they have. So what we concluded is that a kind of pan-European approach towards collaboration more or less is useful, as long as you do not look at the current structure. I'm from the Netherlands. If I took the example from the Netherlands, in the Netherlands there is a long history of collaboration between the industry and education. And whether it's formalized or not, in that sense, is not very relevant. Different schools have boards in which the industry is represented, and industry and schools are talking to each other. So they are but in Greece, for instance, or in Croatia, that situation could be completely different.
Well, I think that's going to be an important element of it, isn't it, Alco, in terms of, because you mentioned that countries have got different approaches to education, and it's going to be one of the conversations we'll have this afternoon. And it's sort of like, how do we remove that competitiveness, or can we remove that competitiveness from a national point of view to bringing it into a European perspective, and then look at that picture and look at it into an international perspective? Because shipping companies don't have just European seafarers on board, so we're going to have that conversation later this afternoon. And how do you balance that, Alco? How do you? I shouldn't ask that question, really, shouldn't I? It's not a question you're going to answer immediately. But how do you start having that kind of discussion to actually have that engagement, to create that kind of space where you could collaboratively talk about needs for the future?
Yeah, I believe strongly that if we are talking, as what we did with the educational packages, and we're talking about learning outcomes and learning objectives with the industry, then everybody is waiting for that. And we are not developing full courses. So we are not pulling a full courses in the market. That's not the idea. But what we want to do is, together with the governments and the industry, setting, okay, this is the standard you're looking at. This is the basic cybersecurity course. This is the basic green skills course. This is what students need to do. Go work on it. And we give some ideas of some parts of the education, but not in full. That's not what we have done in SkillSea. That's not what we want to do in math. But if we can give everybody in Europe, this is what the industry believes is the first step needed, then we can move forward. And there is then no competition needed, because it's all about, okay, this is what the industry and the government wants on a level, and we, as a school, have to adapt it in the school. But if you go back again to my storyline, that vocational are not research institutes, vocationals are completely left out in this storyline up till now. And now we can use the bachelor and the universities, they can do the research and assist and bring it down to the vocational, and therefore the collaboration is so important.
Anybody else got any thoughts? We've got a few minutes. They've locked the door. You can't have lunch yet. So you might as well talk. But how do you create that relationship then between, let's just assume for a second that there is that difference, as you say, the great difference between universities generically, where they're doing a lot of research and they get money. That's some of the sources of their income, isn't it? So they get grants and they can do that kind of research. And the vocational institutions, which are getting paid by companies, by shipping companies, to put cadets through, and some of them may get the money coming from governments as well. But yours is training and education, and theirs is research. Do you think there needs to be some sort of better relationship there? Maybe not relationship, but engagement between education as a research and education for training purposes, for vocational purposes?
Yeah, again, a little bit repeating myself. If you stay on the content, then there is no issue, because we're talking about what people need to know. The moment you're going deeper and really developing a full course, then we get discussions about private and public and all kinds of things. But if we are staying away from that and using the university that have to do research, paid by who, I don't mind, but they have to send out that message, because that's the obligation of the university, to send out their research. And if we can use that research to develop the next step, and we can bring that down into, down is the wrong word, but bring that to the vocational schools, then they say, okay, this is what I need to do. And then again, then their lecturers still have to develop the course. They still have to investigate. They still need the industry again to say, okay, but now I have to give a class on hydrogen. Who will I ask in my country that knows something about hydrogen? And then we get a new problem. In some countries, hydrogen is already reasonably developed. We have been in Norway. We had a perfect example of how they're working on that. But in some countries, hydrogen is not yet on the agenda. They have a different agenda. Maybe it will be nuclear. I don't, in a way, that not mind. But as long as we are saying, okay, this is the basic need that the seafarer needs when he starts his education on this new fuel or this new development, then we are fine. And that is not biting anybody. So I believe there is no scare on that.
From your point of view as students, when you're looking at the sort of training that you're going to be getting, did you start your investigation, sort of mental investigation, before you came into the industry, thinking, I just want to go to sea? Or did you have any understanding, because this is something I've spoken to you about before, did you know what the maritime sector was? Did you know that there was classification insurance, that there was financial, that there were all different kinds of entities and bodies, even the regulators, that all of these industries, all of these interconnecting industries are looking for ex-seafarers to join their ranks because they recognise what they can bring with them?
To be honest, no. I sort of I just want to travel the world, have a good, decent job. But as I, as I start to develop myself to go deeper into the knowledge, that's where I found all these aspects actually.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm wondering, do the vocational courses, Mike? Does your course or any of the others here? Do you teach students the greater maritime sector, or do you just teach them STCW? Do you give them an understanding of what it is to be in this greater sector? Sorry, I'm going off piste with this conversation now, but we've got time.
I made my steps, no problem.
Yeah.
I mean, the short answer is yes.
Yeah.
So, yes, you've got to do the STCW. Yes, you need to get the knowledge base so that, for example, you can get an officer of the watch ticket. But again, we're doing degrees. We're doing master's degrees. There's PhDs. There's all this stuff where they're exploring all of it. And you do learn it almost by accident as well. You might not know it when you walk in. You might just want to go to sea, but you interact with the people in the port. You start talking to the people who are organising the plans and things, and so they come back. The students come back. They ask us questions. We need to be able to answer them, and courses are developed. So yeah. I think we do. I certainly, when you start looking at master's degree, there's more of a focus on shore-based stuff. I mean, everything about mobility and being able to cross between the two. Because although, we want to go to sea and we want to see the world, at some point we might decide we want to do something else. And it's part of our responsibility to give them the tools to be able to do that.
Well, that's kind of where I was going at, because today a seafarer wouldn't go to sea and spend all of their professional life at sea. They'd come ashore after about, I don't know, it seems to be getting shorter and shorter. But we would give them sort of the opportunities to sort of engage and understand what those roles could be for them, what suits them. Ooh, that was me, sorry.
Thanks, Craig. Tim Springett from the UK Chamber of Shipping, but I'm also involved with the UK's Merchant Navy Training Board, which is tripartite, involves the unions and the colleges as well. And feedback that we get from cadets indicates quite strongly that they would like to learn more about the context of the industry and why it's an important industry and how it's the lifeblood of world trade and all the interaction with logistical chains and ports. I think that onward or post-sea careers, if you like, in the maritime sector is an important recruitment tool. It's a good hook to get people and their parents interested, to show that a career at sea doesn't mean that it doesn't open doors for other careers. It very much the opposite applies. So we have to think about at what stage you introduce this extra information about the context of the industry, because the higher up you go in terms of your qualifications and seniority on board, the more that you will be interacting with ports, with suppliers, with making contracts with salvors and so forth. Gaining an understanding of that at the outset even if it's only a fairly basic one, is something that we've been told would be very much valued. It's good to hear that Liverpool John Moores is doing that. Feel free to get in touch with us at the Merchant Navy Training Board and tell us more.
Yeah, but in reflection to that's certainly the case if you are looking at bachelor and master level. But if you're looking at vocational level, this is not the case. They are very hard coping to get SSCW done on their basic level, what the basic level ever be, because that's always a debate. But their program is full. If we look at Rotterdam, the first 2.5 years is fully operational management of SSCW. They get deck and engine. There's not much space to do anything. In the Netherlands, we changed that after their apprenticeship, they have to choose for deck or engine. And therefore, we might, how we call it in English, but a module looking more at the broader perspective of the seafaring. That's a short module that's now introduced in the competence profile to give some idea on vocation, but I'm certain that's not happening in all the vocational schools yet in Europe. And again, it's a little bit the challenge on what are we taking out at the bottom if we are putting something in the top. The moment, fully agree, what's the moment? Not saying anything, people, what we discussed, reflecting on that is, okay, if you are not aware when you're going from your school after 4 years that there are other opportunities, then we did something wrong as an educator in a way, and that what happened, what you discussed. But the discussion how far we need to go is very interesting. So I like the comment, and we have a lot of master's and bachelor education after your 4 years. But what we don't have, for example, if you are sailing for, let's say, 15 years, you have did so many courses and so many things. But all those things, if you're coming from vocational, they're not leading to any degree. Even we checked it, but most of the students, if coming from vocational, did loads of courses, maybe are a captain already, going to the next level, want to go to bachelor, they have to start on the basic level, year 1 again. There is no recommendations yet of those all those courses that have been done because they are non-degree. And that's really something in the attractiveness that it will be is a challenge for us all. And maybe micro-credentials can be a kind of solution for that. Can we recognize that knowledge in an easy way that the seafarer is not going to another country and suddenly face, yeah, it's nice that you did this in Norway, but we don't accept this in the Netherlands. Sorry, you have to go back, you have to do it again. That's still happening. So we still have facing a lot what we can do in our collaboration to get those kind of shortcuts into the system so that people can easily flow to the next level.
Good, thank you. Anybody else got any comments? Lunch is ready. Please, have you still got the microphone with you? Yeah.
Thank you, Sasha Meyer, Nautilus Rotterdam, here for ETF, for the trade union partners within the project and within the European social partners. I very much agree with what Tim just said about the broader sector being a great recruitment tool. And when I hear Alco saying on vocational level, the curriculum is full, then I think maybe we as broader industry partners should help also MedNet and also the institutes with creative ways of inspiring also vocational students without overloading the curriculum by, for example, organizing inspiration sessions, drinks receptions with information, sessions like this, but more focused on their level, or also digital tools. Like vocational students are all over social media, all over the internet. So maybe YouTube is our best friend, even more than curriculums, when it comes to inspiring them in terms of a recruitment tool, an attrition tool. And I would very much be happy to, as a unionist, to help with that kind of work. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasha. Good. Should we have lunch? We have 1 hour with us for lunch. No, we don't. We've got until 2 o'clock. You've got 1 hour and 20 minutes for lunch. So maybe we can take lunch and discuss some of these points, and then when we come back, we'll be looking at future skills as well. So we'll be following up on some of these topics and going further as well. So please, thank you very much. Thank you, Elko, and congratulations on
Start a
MetNet.
social dialogue now.
Good afternoon, everybody. If I could ask you to all take your seats. Hello, everyone. Beep, beep. Cling, cling. Equivalent. Cling, cling.
For the panel discussion, do we need chairs, tables? For the panel discussion that is going well? Okay.
DIY. Come and take a seat. Good. Thank you for coming back. We will be having a panel discussion, so I'm just rearranging the furniture. I've just realised there was a need to do this. What we'll be doing now is obviously we have been talking a little bit about the current situation and what the training requirements are and how we can develop training requirements. So we're going to start looking a little bit into what the opportunities are for the future and where we go. So what I want to do is use this to get you all to think about where the future needs for training will be, what the opportunities are for the colleges, what the opportunities are for seafarers and what the opportunities are, and where we bring in the industry even more than we've currently done. So we're going to start with, so we've got two panels here, and I'm very keen to make sure that we keep this lively. Unfortunately, Vangelis, they did not give us coffee after lunch. So, yeah. So this is the sleepy scene, right? And if I see you, this is where I practice being a lecturer. If I see any of my students starting to drift off, and I'll be looking at all of you, this is so good. If only my lecturer when I was in Plymouth was here now, just listening to me get my revenge. If I see any of you start to drift off because you haven't got enough caffeine inside you, then woe to you. I expect full attention. There'll be a quiz afterwards. There'll be an assessment. But here we are going to look at the SkillSea strategy for the future. And so they've invited Dr. Vangelis Tizoumas, who's research manager for the SkillSea project, to give a short introduction to this, and then I'll invite him and a panel of experts to come up and we'll have the discussion. And that's where, again, use the Slido to ask your questions or raise your hand, of course, we can do that. I'll try and keep it lively and energetic so that none of you feel the need to slip off or to slip into a slumber. Then once we've got that panel done, we'll be bringing on a final panel for a short introduction to terms of the policy. And again, my intention is to keep that lively as well, so that we can focus on where we are going for the future. So, Dr. Vangelis, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. So, as you heard, I'm Vangelis Tizoumas, and the topic of my presentation will be the discussion of the key strategic findings and recommendations of the SkillSea sectoral alliance. So, first of all, we need to bear in mind that every strategy starts from a mission, from the development of a mission. And for SkillSea, the mission essentially aims to address three very big challenges. The challenge of facing a shortage of seafarers, the challenge of having low mobility of all types, horizontal, vertical, and geographical mobility, as well as the low attractiveness of the sector. Another important... okay, so I hope that you heard me as I was speaking. So taking for granted that you heard my introduction, so the second important step in every crafting endeavor of a strategy is to look at the external environment and try to figure out which driving forces play a very significant impact. So for this project, we identified that the main trends in the external environment include digital transformation, new technology, new technological advancements, and also sustainability, the trend for sustainability. And the important point here is that all these trends create the need for new skills, a different set of skills for maritime professionals, which will be future-proof and will allow them to appropriately adapt to the new requirements of the new era of shipping. Graphically, we can see that there is a vicious circle, a circle revolving around one of the key challenges that I mentioned earlier, the challenge of low attractiveness. So the low attractiveness of the sector is associated with a low number of students who decide to embark on studying at a med institution. At the same time, it has been observed that there is a large number of students stopping their studies. And importantly, there is a very big issue when it comes to talent attraction. So, unfortunately, it has been observed that the quality of MET intake is very low. And this is a very serious issue which affects it is being affected by the attractiveness of the sector, but at the same time, it affects the attractiveness of the sector itself, and altogether, we have, as a cause, the shortage of skills in the maritime sector. So the solution which is put forward is to try to improve the attractiveness through a solution, a future-proof solution, which include strategic tools, educational packages, altogether aiming at increasing the mobility of the sector and making the sector more appealing to prospective maritime professionals. The methodology that we followed includes, first of all, a literature review. First of all, a literature review. This is the starting point of every methodology, of every research method. But very importantly, we focused on the understanding of the key characteristics of the sector. And one of the key characteristics, as described also by other speakers in the morning session, is the big diversity, the diversity of national policies, of EQF levels, and so on. So in order to navigate this diversity in the sector, we decided to focus on using consensus-building methodologies. So we tried to focus on the common elements rather than on the diverging ones. So for this purpose, we devised consensus-building methodologies, such as Delphi groups, validation surveys, focus groups, and so on. And these were also supplemented by big surveys, which included input from key stakeholders in the sector, from ship owners, also from seafarers, from representatives of MET institutions. So we decided to use this approach in order to obtain a very accurate, as accurate as possible, view of the current situation, the prevailing insights in the sector, and also to receive validation of our findings. This validation mainly took place using focus groups, and for the strategy part of SkillSea, we had a total of 5 focus groups taking place, and these were complemented by 11 surveys, questionnaire surveys, with external parties, and the total number of responses exceeded 3,500. So this indicates the very big sample that we managed to obtain in order to offer further validation to our findings. Let's now turn to the actual findings, to the strategic findings, and see very briefly what we have found through this effort that we put in this project. So, first of all, the first finding revolves around the impact of sustainability, more specifically the impact of new fuels. So, what arises is that we expect new fuels and greener practices to have an impact on the shipping sector, which will be very strong in the short and medium term. We don't really know, we cannot tell which will be the prevailing fuel of the future. There are many possibilities. Some people feel that ammonia is the best fuel. Others believe that methanol or LNG are better options. However, we definitely feel that no matter what will be the prevailing green fuel, we are going to need a different set of skills for maritime professionals, because they will have to handle a completely different fuel type, and we need to ensure that their practices, their operations will be safe and environmental friendly. Another important finding is related to another major trend, which is technological development, more specifically automation. So when it comes to automation, we do not expect any kind of full autonomous ships hitting the water in the short or medium term, at least not on a big scale. But we do expect that there will be technological changes, technology keeps progressing, that will change the practices on board ships. So it is important for seafarers to adjust to this situation and be able to understand the complexity of the new systems which are coming in order to be more competent with their duties, in their duties. So the related recommendations, the recommendations for those two key strategic findings, have to do with the need to monitor more closely the developments in the sector, to make sure that we are up to date, that we remain up to date, and that we have scenarios which are updated depending on changing circumstances in the sector. It is important to point out here that strategy making, as well as strategy execution, but especially strategy making, is a dynamic process. It's not that we just create a strategy and we go with that. We need to always keep an open eye. We need to always be open to understand the changes in the environment and adjust the strategy accordingly. Another key finding is related to the impact of all these trends that I mentioned earlier on the skills. And importantly, there is a consensus among the persons participated in the surveys, which, as I mentioned, included leaders of the industry and also maritime professionals. So there was consensus that the current skills are outdated, and there is a really big doubt about the resilience of such skills, of these skills, for the future of shipping. So, especially in the context of the new trends of digitalization and sustainability. The relevant recommendation here is to keep identifying gaps of course, taking into account that things change, so we need to keep identifying gaps, and we also need to include relevant stakeholders in the process. This will be achieved more formally through the EMSF. It has already been mentioned by Professor Thanopoulou, but I will elaborate a little bit more later on EMSF, which is essentially an alliance, a contemplated alliance between METs and external stakeholders. So this will allow the better understanding of the skill gaps and the concerted action towards closing those gaps. The third key strategic finding is about the occupational profiles. So here, the key takeaway is that we don't expect any new occupational profiles to emerge in the medium or short run, but we do expect that there will be changes, that all these drivers that I mentioned earlier are going to require some changes in the current occupational profiles. New skills will be needed. This, of course, will be connected to a different definition of some of the occupational profiles. And it is important also to point out that ESCO, the description of occupational profiles in ESCO, should be linked to the STCW convention. So the recommendation is better alignment between ESCO and STCW, better focus on skills rather than on job profiles, on new job profiles, and offer opportunities for the provision of education incorporating digitalization and new technologies. The fourth finding is related to the toolbox approach and the educational packages. This was discussed in detail in the morning session. I will just point out that this toolbox approach is very valuable because of its adaptability and its flexibility. And it is very important also because it can promote lifelong learning and mobility, while it can also contribute to improving the attractiveness of the sector and the employability of MET graduates. So, as a recommendation, obviously, we are proposing the use of the toolbox approach. So, MET institutions need to embrace the toolbox approach and enrich the study programs with topics beyond STCW, indicatively leadership, resilience, communication, and English. Mobility as a standalone strategic finding is very important. So improved mobility between shoreside and on-board positions is very essential and very vital for maintaining the skill level in the sector. Some relevant recommendations include the promotion of opportunities for career mobility, the attempt to overcome any kind of obstacles, be it formal or informal obstacles to mobility, including intersectoral mobility, promotion of lifelong learning, and also training, which should be offered in a more generic manner in order to allow a seafarer to work on a broader type of ships rather than specializing in a particular ship types even from the time of studying. So this can happen at a later stage. The sixth key finding is related to the attractiveness. So it is important to improve the attractiveness of the sector, apparently, and the opportunities which are offered for the maritime sector and the range of career paths should be promoted and become more visible. So this will allow the attraction of a more diverse pool of maritime professionals and ultimately overcome the issue of shortages of seafarers that was mentioned earlier. In this effort, it is important to engage in campaigns, national campaigns, which can be coordinated on a European basis. And these campaigns should, among other things, aim at promoting the sector and showing the career paths and the opportunities which are offered in the sector, especially in relation to the new skills. So what kind of opportunities the new skills can create for seafarers. So visibility is important. It's important to take concerted action to make it in an organized way to improve the visibility of the sector and engage in campaigns, as I said, which will highlight the possible career paths. Another important recommendation is to focus on some groups which are misrepresented in the maritime sector, such as women or people from minority groups, and also try to attract people from other sectors. The seventh strategic finding is related to MetNet. Again, we discussed about it in great detail earlier. I will just point out that MetNet is a very, very important and critical development, critical result of, critical outcome of the SkillSea project. And it will ensure a level playing field and will allow the sharing of resource and expertise among Met institutions. So overall, this can build trust, this can allow the progress and can contribute to further learning and mobility. So the relevant policy recommendation is to give incentives for the participation in MetNet, to make it broader, to encourage more and more Met institutions to become part of this network and contribute to the discussion revolving around the identification of skill gaps and on ways to bridge these gaps. So overall, this cooperation can help overcome the challenges for future-proofing Mets and providers of maritime education should be encouraged to share and extend their educational packages. The eighth finding, very briefly, is about the strategic tools. A very big contribution of our work package to the SkillSea project included the development of strategic tools which were based on the analytic hierarchy process. That's a user-friendly framework, quantitative framework. And in this context, there has been the construction of various tools. For example, the STEM tool dealing with the evaluation of the suitability of curricula. Another tool, SCOMET, allows Met stakeholders to enter into partnerships with Mets. So that's very important, especially in the context of the EMSF, which is contemplated as mentioned. The share button tool, which is about employability and allows both Met institutions and Met graduates to assess the employability from their perspective. Also, the gap measuring mechanism. It will be a mechanism which has not been finalized, but the key elements of this mechanism have already been contemplated, and this mechanism will become part of the EMSF. And then two other important tools, the straddle, which allows Met institutions to locate strategic partners and enter into strategic partnerships, and transit, which allows credit transferring, overcoming the challenge of mobility across Mets. So the recommendations are clear here. So we need to promote these tools. We need to push both Mets and Met stakeholders to benefit from these tools. Actually, these tools are accessible through the SkillSea website, and there is also a very clear instructional video accompanying each of these tools. So the recommendation is to use them much more widely. And the ninth recommendation is about the EMSF that was mentioned earlier. So it is about this cooperation between METs and stakeholders. And these synergies could also be important for the promotion of cooperation and the connection with related projects, identification of related projects, and also cooperation. Finally, concluding my presentation, it is important to point out that the SkillSea essentially offers a coordinated solution which is enriched with the toolbox approach and some very important strategic tools which mainly aim at solving the triple note problem, the problem of skill gaps, career attractiveness, and mobility. And this approach essentially aims at turning a challenge into an opportunity, because most people perceive the sustainability and digitalization trends as a challenge. So what we are arguing is that we can see this as an opportunity and develop modern skills which will incorporate elements of digitalization and sustainability, will be future-proof, and will allow the future maritime professionals to reverse the image of an obsolete, of a sector which is this obsolete image of a sector which is not so attractive, and make it much more attractive. This can be supported, as mentioned, by campaigns, by important campaigns, by the MetNet and by the EMSF. Overall, this can make the sector more attractive, and we can also benefit from lifelong learning opportunities. So let me finish with this phrase, which reflects the key objective of this project, that the modern skills of the sea will take you everywhere. So this is the key takeaway, and I believe that this is very relevant to the whole effort of the strategy development for the SkillSea. Thank you very much. I am open for the discussion for questions.
Thank you very much, Vangelis. Take it with him. Good, thank you very much. If I could ask the other panelists now, we can have questions for you while we take up the panel. In fact, let's take the chairs over there because... Okay. There you go. It's like the interview board, isn't it? Oh, it is an interview board.
Yes. Yeah.
So obviously we are here talking about some of the future challenges that we are going to be facing, and I just wanted to kind of just bring back some of those comments that you made there, Vangelis, just relating to that triple knot.
Yes.
So let's just look at that sort of triple knot in context there, because one of the things you're looking at this is in terms of bringing in the people, keeping the people, and then that mobility, which we just discussed about in that extra panel session, about keeping people interested in the industry, because there's so much available in there. And you've got these tools that you've developed. How do you see those tools being able to be used on a national? Because actually, let me just backstep here, because I just wanted to mention who we've got on the panel here, because we because that might help. So we've got Max Johns, who's at the Maritime Business School in Hamburg, and Alexis Blum, responsible for the European projects at the Secretariat of the Prime Minister's office in France. And from Italy, Maria Chiara, manager of EU and national projects for Mare. Maria Chiara Somani. I love saying things in Italian. So anyway, so what we've got here is a representative of from around, and we've got different contexts here as well, because you are policy and you're much more of a sort of governmental level. You bring together all the different elements of the industry, and so you've got a very particular sort of strong commercial as well as sort of policy Italian perspective, and Max, I'll bring you into this in terms of what you do within Germany in a second. So, and I want to go back also to what we were talking about, how the maritime training colleges have got different structures and they've got different funding mechanisms. So there are certain things that they will be able to do and won't be able to do here. And I just wanted to also bring this into what we were talking about in terms of where we can go with the METNet as well, because I think this is going to be quite important. So how do you see, of those tools that you were looking at, where do you see what's the easiest steps? What's the low-hanging fruit that we can do to make this an attractive industry, to keep people in the industry, and then to give them the skill sets that they can actually consider it lifelong learning and stay in the industry?
Okay, so it depends on am I responding to the question? Yeah, I think it's, yeah. So it depends on the tool. There is a variety of tools, as mentioned. So there are tools designed for employability. There are tools designed for creating partnerships between METs, other tools creating partnerships between METs and external stakeholders. So depending on the tool, I believe that we can benefit from overcoming some key critical challenges. For example, the employability tool allows graduates to evaluate how employable they are. So this is something that can make the option of studying at MET more attractive to a prospective maritime professional. There are other tools which allow mobility, credit transfers, which allow mobility from one educational institution to another in another country, something very important, which is not happening today. So again, this is going to make this study much more attractive for someone. So I believe that all of the tools, depending, of course, on the characteristics of each tool, address a particular issue, a particular challenge, which affects negatively the attractiveness of the sector.
Alexis, from France then, let's bring in the sort of French perspective here in terms of what is the situation in France? Do French school leavers want to go to sea? Is there a shortage of French seafarers? And if there is, what's the current sort of scenario to sort of try and address that?
Yeah, so what I would like to say is that the French mindset is that national authorities has to be involved in those kind of topics. So I can take an example just to show you how it works. My example is that in the maritime transport, maritime sector, we created in 2016 a very specific committee, which is called France Maritime Committee, and which is organized, I think it's annually, and we organize there thematic workshops where we deal with such topics like infrastructures and port activities, labor markets, finances, water space management, training, attractiveness of the seafarers' jobs, energy transition, a lot of things that were discussed already this morning. And this committee is shared both by SGMR and also by the French Maritime Cluster. So it's a co-leading committee. And this is the perfect venue to remove obstacles regarding the sustainable development of the maritime economy in France. And we think that, or at least we wanted, I would like also to notice that in the project there were only out of the 27 partners, 2, I would say, national authorities or as such. And so we were trying to bring also this idea that we need to have a bigger forum, not just the METs, but also pushing this idea of MSF, for instance.
Okay. Does that mean then that you brought in a lot of the universities as well? Was it a broader kind of educational concept? I mean, I was just thinking about that conversation we had earlier about having that link between the maritime vocational training and the universities that are more involved in the research side of things. But certainly there is crossover, and we've got university there. We have universities here, but I'm just thinking about whether that is in France, and maybe I can go to you as well to get the Italian perspective, whether there is nationally a recognition of a link between universities and research and training establishments and vocational training.
So for this, it's not the SGMR that is dealing with that. That's another government bodies. But,
okay.
but we are, I would say, the government very much involved in that. And for instance, there is here the ENMSF that is under the State Secretary of the Sea Authority and controlling all those kind of programs and validations and other skills.
Yeah. And it's that likely to be, actually this is possibly one for the policy discussion later, where education is part of one department but maritime is part of another department, that there needs to be more crossover nationally in terms of the discussions so that different departments are aware, so that one can have they get involved in the curriculum, in the training, in the requirements, education, and another one maybe on the sort of the actual way to keep shipping as alive within the national sort of employment body.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why we believe in this, I would say, collaboration, gathering as much as we can people that we may think are not necessarily involved, but for us, this EMSF idea to bring national authorities, industries, METs, whatever, is really important to put on the table everyone, and I think it will be beneficial for everyone.
Let's go to Italy, and let's talk a little bit about sort of the national shipping hub. Mm-hmm. How does that work, and what's the sort of education, vocational training kind of objectives within that?
Well, does it work? Yeah. Yes, the Formare is indeed the national shipping hub for Italy, and among our main activities is the among our main objectives is the one to facilitate the matching between the skills demand and the skills offer in the maritime labor market. In order to do that, Formare supports the continuous dialogue, the cooperation among the key stakeholders in the maritime sector, because I believe that a central point, a crucial point of the discussion, of today's discussion of the project in general, and in the maritime labor sector, when we are talking about skills, is that there is the need for cooperation, continuous dialogue and cooperation. It emerged clearly today during this morning presentation and during after Vangeli's presentation, that in order to close the skills gap, there is the need to promote the continuous dialogue and cooperation on skills. So that's what we mostly do as Formare. We try to participate to consultation mechanisms that are taking place at national level in order to orientate funding investments on skills. We participate to clusters, maritime clusters, such as, I can mention one of them, but there are more. The Blue Italian Growth Cluster, which is a cluster dedicated to blue economy, to the blue economy, and one of the key elements of the action plan of this cluster is to anticipate the skills need in order to close the gap. So there's a lot of discussion going on in Italy on skills and on trying to anticipate the skills needs, because it's the best way to facilitate the occupation, facilitate the entry of young professionals into the labor market. So that's basically, just to summarize it, what we do. But we also closely collaborate with the industry, because Formare is also a company of the Italian Shipowners Association. So there is also another key player that comes into the discussion, which is the industry, of course. And the industry participates as well in those relevant occasions of relevant meeting occasions, such as the clustering activities that I was mentioning, but also participate together with the trade unions in order to promote occasions for the young people to access the maritime labor market. And another relevant aspect that I want to mention is the work that we jointly do as industry and together with education and training centers and the trade unions, in order to revise the national legislation that, for what concerns Italy, in some case does not reflect the, and I'm talking about ratings mostly, but it does not reflect the evolution of the educational system. So there is the need to keep it updated, to update it first of all to the evolution of the education and training system in Italy, and then to adapt it to the request of the labor market. Mostly we have been discussing today about green skills and digital skills that are requested on the labor market. So there is this continuous consultation and continuous collaboration on that, and I believe that this is the key to ensure future skills are, and future pro skills also in the future for maritime professionals.
But haven't you also illustrated one of the challenges, because you've got all of these sometimes conflicting interests within that? You mentioned the ship owners, you've got the national policies, you've got the political agenda, you've got the ship owners who will have that, and it comes back to one of the questions I had when I was first invited to come and moderate the SkillSea event, is whether we're developing skills for young Europeans to come into the industry and stay in the industry, whether SkillSea is about developing the tools for the METs, for the educational establishments to remain fit for purpose and even beyond, so they're best in class. And by that, you have to bear in mind that a lot of the training establishments around Europe, not all, but a lot of them, bring in international students, non-European, non-EU students from around the world, because that's a large part of their income. Or is it for the ship owners who need that best of class so that they can actually find there? I mean, it might be the answer is all of them, but that creates a huge challenge, doesn't it? Because you've got all these conflicting interests.
Well, that's a difficult question to answer, but of course the interest is to have qualified seafarers on board. That's in the interest of ship owners in general. So this is valid when we are talking about European seafarers, but also when extending it to international shipping, so international seafarers. There's a consideration we have to make. The maritime sector is an international sector, and it is regulated by an international framework, which is the STCW Convention. So there are minimum requirements that should be considered and should be respected when we are talking about seafarers. So it is a really important framework that regulates the shipping sector. So then there's another observation. There is maybe you were referring to an harmonization at European level. That's an aim that we are trying to reach, that we can try to reach through the constant dialogue that I was mentioning before. So yes, there is indeed a challenge, but it can be faced through the consultation mechanism and suggested models that SkillSea, for example, has brought on the table. That's what can happen, for example, with the MetNet cooperation, that can happen with the EMSF and similar model of cooperation. That's a challenge that we have to leave to the experts, but bringing them all together.
Well, they're all here in the room.
Yes, of course. I mean, in the future, in general. So.
Max, let's go to Max now, please. Sort of, what's your thoughts on that, particularly that sort of conflict of interest, if you could put it that, and trying to find common ground to move things forward? Is it going to be an easy task, do you think?
Well, it's a very rewarding task, I think. I think we have to rethink, and coming back to what Tom Cruise said this morning about cooperation and collaboration and competition in particular. I think that's an important part of the richness of Europe, that we have so different approaches. And we heard about Italy, we heard about France. I could add a very complicated alternative way to approach seafarer education in Germany, and probably everybody from every country could do the same for their country. And that is great. And what we did in SkillSea here, and I think this is one of the great outcomes, is that our core recommendation is not, let's harmonize seafarer education in Europe and do the same thing everywhere. No, that's not what we are saying. We are contributing points and insights, and we are recommending on a national level to take that into the national education. We'll see what comes out. Every country will treat that differently. And some countries will be very successful, others maybe less. And that's why what Maria Chiara said, we need this cooperative approach, and we need to learn from each other. And that's a big gap also for us as the schools. We don't talk to each other. We have not the slightest clue how the Italian schools are educating or the Greek schools are educating their seafarers. We hope they do the right thing. They certainly do, but we don't know how that is happening from a Northern European perspective and vice versa. So that's a great insight we have. That's where we can learn, and harmonization is not the answer, but additional skills and additional approaches is the answer. And here I think we have to trust in Europe that competition is a very good approach. Some countries will be more successful than others, and they may be the forerunners. And we also have to take into account in Europe that we have very different macro goals for our seafarers. If we see the young people or the person we saw this morning on the panel, maybe in the Netherlands there is a political idea what you may be doing in 10, 20 or 30 years. Maybe in Greece there's an entirely different idea. In Germany we have the experience that those youngsters who have been educated in the 70s and 80s, they are now 60% of today's ship owners. And maybe other countries want to replicate that former captains and officers become ship owners. Maybe that's one perspective. In other countries, there may be a completely different perspective. And I think our goal here in SkillSea and in MetNet in future will be to give perspectives which can be applicable in a great variety of national environments.
But that comes back to this, you mentioned the clusters, and I think that's an important bit, because I think you're kind of alluding to that. Different regions will have different cluster focuses. You know, if you look at London as a cluster, it's the financial markets. Hamburg, it might be the ship owners, but then there's certain sort of heavy engineering. Norway has got its sort of, you've got a certain flavour to a cluster, to Italy, to France, to any of the European countries, or even further overseas in Singapore, in Houston, and everywhere. They've got their own clusters. So are you saying then that the part of this discussion has to be identifying what that cluster strength is, so that there's a preparation to make sure the right people are there?
Yeah, absolutely. And I give you an example then again from Germany. And Germany had been the global leader in ship finance. And then after 2008, that became very embarrassing. So that really crashed. And however, there's still a lot of knowledge in this field. And I think there will be a revival on that. But what is needed again is also seafarers, or then former seafarers, who will enter the future financial area. And that will not be banks financing 80% of future vessels. No, we will have completely different models. And this again is where SkillSea is recommending here. Let's encourage those who are in education today, those who are maybe in their 20s, 30s, to take some additional steps, be it with micro-credentials or with additional classes, whatever it be, and help us to understand how future ship owning may work. Maybe that's a cooperative of leasing models, and then finally you have to understand how a vessel actually works. Maybe somebody provides the engine, others provide the radar, etc., etc. Maybe you have an entity of 20 different owners that is looking 20 or 30 years into the future possibly, but the essential people we need is former seafarers. We will always have enough business people or people who studied finance, but we will not have enough seafarers. And to understand a vessel, you need somebody who stood on a vessel before. And so this is where we want to drive the cluster. And this is maybe a Hamburg cluster. There will be different clusters in Rome or Naples or wherever with different focuses.
So is that what you're going to do? Sorry, I'm just interrupting you there. But is that what you see with France? Do you see that as being, we're going to build up different clusters around France to build up sort of the strength in the maritime cluster in France, whether it be in the northwest of the country or the south?
I'm not sure I understood the question.
Well, the whole idea of clusters, it's more than just the shipping industry. Well, it's more than just the seafarers here. It's touching back on this conversation about having seafarers to be the sort of the pollination of a growth in the whole broader shipping industry or sectors. So that mentioned in Hamburg, there's a specific flavour to the shipping industry. In Singapore, in Copenhagen, in Oslo, and in London, there's a different type of shipping industry, because if you look at the types of companies that are there today, they're of a specific type. And Max alluded to the fact that 15 years ago, it was high. What was high in Hamburg was a great number of financial institutions, traditional ship financing banks, and what was the K? The dentists. What were they called? KG funds. That was it. Yeah. that sort of defined the Hamburg cluster. But obviously, it's had to, over the last decade and a half, had to redefine itself. So it's had to become a different kind of cluster. So I'm thinking, as we're talking about skills, as we're talking about an evolution of an industry with new digitalization and green technologies, whether you're seeing, sort of within the Prime Minister's office, you see, right, okay, we're going to have to focus on some key elements within our French clusters, groups of shipping kind of companies, not ship owners, but operating companies, but the technology companies, the shipyards, for example.
Yeah, of course, we look at national, problems or challenges, but as Max mentioned, I think that's very good to take knowledge and to share best practices and what's going on in our neighborhood countries, because the challenges we face are actually, I think, pretty much the same. That's what we have seen during the project. And so when we say maritime cluster, that's a lot of different things. I mean, the sailors, there's the cruise ships, there's maritime transport. So I would say as a huge cluster, you may have main challenges, but when you go deep in very specific areas, you may have different challenges. But once again, for me, the key is collaboration, cooperation, exchanging, seeing what the others are doing. You can find some, I would say, recipes that may be good for you to apply. Yeah.
Good. I've just got, before we close the panel, because I realise I'm running a couple of minutes late, but we do have one missing person in the next panel. That's why I've overrun a little bit. But I've got a question here, and I can put this to Vangelis, please, because You were talking about some of the strategies, and one of the things that you labelled or you mentioned was impact of new fuels and how you sort of monitor in there. And there's a question coming asking whether you're suggesting that there is no action now on creating training for new fuels, whether you wait in the interim until a particular new fuel or sets of new fuels emerges. I mean, I guess the question is asking for a little bit more detail on how educational establishments could actually be preparing for the fuels now, or whether you're suggesting they should be waiting.
No, actually, the recommendation is that since the impact of new fuels and other green technologies is coming very fast, and we expect a significant impact over the short and medium term, I believe that METs should prepare now, should start preparing now for these alternative fuels for the new situation.
Just to put that into perspective, I was doing some work a couple of weeks ago for an article I was writing on methanol-fueled ships, and by the end of next year there could be about 200 of them in the order book. That's 200 ships that need engineers, and you don't need everybody to be trained to the same level, obviously, in terms of handling methanol, but the engineers will need to know how to handle the dual-fuel vessel, dual-fuel engines. The deck officers and deck crew will know how to do bunkering, for example. The rest of the cook and other roles on ships may know how to do emergency procedures and understand the risks associated with methanol. So there's already that growth in understanding that there is the need today to deal with a fuel like methanol. And we've got Höegh Autoliners that have said they're going to build vessels to be ammonia powered almost from delivery in 2025. So these fuels, we're not talking about the long future here. We're talking about tomorrow. We're talking in 2 years' time. We're going to need to have the people on the ships who are completely competent. We were touching on the wind assist solutions. So we need that. Max, sorry.
Yeah, if I may add just one thought. What we also want to avoid, and I think that's also one of the findings and discussion points we had within SkillSea, is that we don't want the suppliers to become the future trainers. We want to be alert and early enough to have the training in the arena where we, in a sense, classically, conservatively have it, somewhere in the clusters we defined and somewhere between the partners we defined here. And we've seen that before, also partly with actors and in other occasions when actually the suppliers did the training full stop. And then very late or under difficulties, it came kind of back into the training center.
Why would that be a bad thing? Because surely they're the experts.
They are some of the experts. That's fine if we, again, alluding to it, move to a leasing model when that's their business, when they take care of their stuff. But no, we buy the stuff, we own it, and training done by suppliers, well, will also commercially determine very much who is running the machines eventually. Are seafarers actually still capable of running them, or just operating
I mean, that's
them?
been a long debate, isn't it? Are we dumbing down the seafarer and handing the responsibility to the OEMs? Because they obviously want to have a contract with as many ship owners as possible to do the maintenance contract.
Sure. Well,
that's their business. They don't sell a product, they sell a service.
Sure. But we want to keep that balance alive.
Yeah.
And here we see also a contribution from the education and training centers, and we want to become part of that discussion. Yeah. And so far we have been out, and that's why we have MetNet now, so that we can have a voice.
Anybody got any final thoughts or questions before we close the panel? You welcome.
In relation to what Max was saying in your question, it's nice that you upskill people that are in the field going into, and that the training, a supplier is doing that, but he will never go to all the vocational schools and going in all the schools of Europe to do that training. That they're not capable of doing that. It's the Danish story. There are too many to do that, and they don't have the capacity to do that, and even the knowledge to do this on a level on 16, 17 year students, which is a complete different approach than talking to 20 years or 24 years or the different EQF levels. And they are not aware of that. So fine for like the ECDIS, people have to be trained because they're on the ship. Fine, they're doing that. but they are never going into the basic education of all seafarers. So we need them both.
Good. Thank you very much. Can I say a big thank you to our panel today? Thank you. And almost immediately, I'd like to invite our final panel to help wrap this all up together. So that's Tim, Sasha, Felix, and Justina, if you're all here. Anywhere, sit anywhere. Now, just to put this into a little bit of context, I'm going to try now and talk a little bit broader about policy frameworks. So, and I'm not going to drag this on any more than needed, and I'm trying not to sort of bore people about too much kind of policy and stuff. So this is a warning to the panel. Don't get bogged down into policy stuff, okay? We haven't given them anywhere near enough coffee to be able to do that. Tim Springer is from, he's representing EXA, but he's actually the UK chamber. Sasha, we heard from Sasha Meyer earlier, is from ETF. And Felix is DG Employment. Is it called DG Employment or?
Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion.
Thank you. Justina from DG Move. Mobility and Transport. Good. Now, what I wanted to do is sort of bring a lot of what we've talked about here and talk about how this is going to fit into a European context. But my challenge, of course, is from the shipping industry to put that into an international picture as well. I've already alluded to that a little bit, and that is so that is in terms of that. One of those final questions I had was in relation to where we sit the skill setting for the seafarer in the picture of international shipping, in the picture of a revision of STCW, and how we do that, and you perceive that happening in the framework of Europe. So within that in mind, Felix, let me just, because you're the external representative here, because you're not representing the shipping industry per se, you represent sort of the broader policies around European employment and education and that, how you bring. So let's just, I'm not sure how much of this you've heard today, but can you just sort of give me a sort of picture of how you see maritime education fitting into the European sort of policy? What structures are there within employment, within what you've got within the European framework that either enhance what they're trying to do with SkillSea, or possibly even are a problem? That was a problem.
Well, on the phone you said I should make a pitch with the initial thoughts I have.
Yes.
I prepared that, but not that what you asked me.
Go on then, no, go on. I'm a journalist, I do what I want.
Yeah, I know, I know them. So when I was thinking about skills in the maritime, in the shipping industry, suddenly it occurred to me that, well, you read so much about the transformation in the automotive industry, from the combustion engine to battery cells for cars to hydrogen for heavy vehicles, and then I thought, well, why is nobody writing about the shipping industry? They are also thinking about transformation, because ships use this bunker oil, and you are also about to change this technology. So in principle, you are in the same transformation as the automotive industry, because you also think about a mix of various technology. And I have here a quote from a certain Julien Balland, or if it's in French, it's a Julien Boulon, I don't know. He's global market leader, sustainable shipping in the Bureau Veritas M&O. And he says, the shipping industry will need to approach marine decarbonization with a flexible and creative mindset. There's no single solution that will decarbonize the entire global fleet. It will take a mix of alternative propulsion, clean fuels and ship optimization, wind, solar, and nuclear power, sails and kites and fuel cells all have a role to play. Well, and that means as the automotive industry now has to reskill workers that before have assembled a combustion engine with over, I don't know how many parts, 1,000 parts. They have now to reskill them to build batteries or to do something else in the value chain. And I think you are in exactly the same situation. Your future people, so the young ones, they need different training and learning pathways, also new qualifications, new training content, and the workers that are already working, they need reskilling, if maybe only partly, because they already have skills that they can keep them, or some maybe have to be completely to be reskilled. And well, yeah, European context, education and training, we can come
back to that in a minute. Do you think that you're going to be able to frame that properly, though, in terms of giving everybody? Because when you and I spoke last week, you were talking about sort of like a sort of standard.
Very quickly. So you do not know borders in your business. You work along across borders, along value chains. Education and training systems in the European Union are a national competence. So if we cannot pass any directive, we can only pass, in the field of education and training, we can only pass council recommendation. There's one exception, I know. Inland waterways, they're managed because the industry lobbied basically all the neighboring countries of the Danube River, of the Rhine River, you name it. And there was a directive that set out qualifications for inland waterway sailors. So maybe...
But that is inland waterways. There's obviously a geographical limitation.
Nevertheless, education training system are national. And in that case, they managed basically member states that they agreed on that directive in the council.
Yeah. Just by remind everybody, if you can put questions into Slido still. It's empty now. I haven't got any questions here. Plenty up here, on there. Justina, let's go to DG Move. What you're trying to achieve in DG Move, is that going to be made difficult by that national legislation or that kind of nationalisation of education policy?
Nationalisation of the maritime policy.
Of training, education.
Training, education. I would never use the word of nationalization because maritime is global.
Yeah.
And even though we are here for the European Union and we're building the policy for the European Union, we're always building in a global perspective. That's why, for example, even though our first partners for DigiMove people, for me, are always the European social partners, we always work also with international ones. So we are very active at IMO for both the environmental part, but also for the human element part. And everything we're doing for shipping, for me, it's everything we're doing for seafarers. It always has to remain within the global framework. It never has to be only focused on Europe, even though, of course, we know that we want to upskill as much as possible and to raise the level of the education for seafarers that are getting their education from the European maritime education institutes or institutions or schools, however you call it. But it has to be always, we have to bear in mind that shipping is global for everything. We cannot put any administrative burden that prevents seafarers from moving around the world. Nothing that prevents third countries, so non-EU countries, seafarers coming to Europe, working for us, signing on or signing off from ships. Everything has to remain global. So this we have to remember. We, of course, that's why we have incorporated both conventions into the EU legislation. So the STCW is part of our European legislation. We do have a directive that incorporates STCW in the European legislation, and we do have 3 directives actually incorporating Maritime Labour Convention into the European legislation. So, I mean, we are mirroring and, of course, trying to improve or put a higher level to whatever is being built in the global context. So everything we are doing and we plan to do is always global.
But would it be right to say that within the European context, it's sort of like an STCW plus? You've got STCW, which is there, but you can build something.
I would never call it STCW plus. I mean, if what I've learned today, and by reading all the deliverables that were coming slowly to us from this project, and what we really welcome is that I see that now it's obvious that there is a need for better cooperation between maritime education institutions and with the industry. And of course, we can only do it at the European level, but I would never call it STCW+. STCW is a basis. And whatever
that's
we
kind of
do,
what I mean. Sort of you've got STCW as the benchmark, as the basis, but...
And then whatever is rest is rest. I would never call it STCW+, because it creates something like, it may be misleading that we want to create something...
Sorry, I don't mean to say that you would label it like that. I'm just calling it that. I'm allowed to.
I wouldn't. I told you, I wouldn't. For me, I mean, you can, of course, I mean, what is the need now, what we can see, what ADI needs now, is to build another more skills, like soft skills are very important, so we have to work on that.
Power skills.
What?
Power skills.
Why power?
Not soft skills, power skills. I've got told that today. It's not soft skills. They're trying to use the phrase power skills.
Okay. For me, so social skills, digital skills.
Yes.
Technological skills, for example, alternative fuels. So this is everything that we should start working on it at European level. But of course, I mean, why not import it into the global? I mean, working now on STCW review and revision, the comprehensive review and revision, we will try to make it, to enrich the convention with, for example, social skills, interpersonal skills, mental health awareness, cultural awareness, which are very important elements that are not yet included into the STCW, because STCW was created years ago. So something, now we are focused on different elements. But okay, I spoke too much.
No, that's fine. I'll come back to you again in a second. Tim, let's get your perspective. Actually, and another element of this I want to bring into the conversation is how we make this an equitable element as well, so that we use what we're doing here with SkillSea to actually bring in more women into the industry as well, and make sure that it is, and we referenced it in one of the outcomes that Vangelis was talking about, being able to make it an attractive industry so that everybody feels they can play a part in it. But anyway, Tim, let's compare this from the kind of the ship owner's perspective here. Obviously, most ships they're not full of European seafarers, are they?
No, I mean, the European shipping industry, as Justina has pointed out, is very heavily dependent on labour from elsewhere. But part of what we've been doing in the SkillSea project, and in addition to that, through other social partners initiatives between EXA and ETF, is to try and improve the attractiveness of European seafarers to European ship owners, and the attractiveness of careers at sea to Europeans. So in addition to SkillSea, which is all about the future of maritime skills and the new skills that seafarers will need going forward, EXA has put together a maritime growth plan, which is largely about improving awareness of the opportunities in the industry, both at sea and in the shoreside clusters. And we've had a very strong focus through our last project, which was the West project, on making the industry more attractive to women. And it needs a very holistic approach. if, for example, the industry's recruitment literature and campaigns, perhaps not necessarily explicitly but implicitly, depicts a job for a male, then we're obviously failing, and that needs to be addressed. The shipboard environment, that's what the West Project was about, the working environment in the shipping sector, has to respect the dignity of everybody on board. And even things like the average career span of European seafarers these days, it's getting shorter and shorter. But that in itself can be turned to our advantage if seafarers want to spend some time at sea, then go ashore and start families. Then the fact that we train people, we get 8, 9, 10 years out of them, has to be seen as a virtue rather than a problem.
Let me put that into another context there, Tim. Do you think there's a responsibility for the shipping companies, those that employ seafarers, to take a different approach to how they employ them? So they bring them in on full-time employment, they give opportunities ashore. It becomes a different relationship between the seafarer and the shipping company, so that there is a better engagement. You treat them as if they've been employed in the office, not some kind of freelancer who's just come onto the ship for 6 months or 4 months and then goes off and you forget about them until the manning agency brings them back on. I'm talking about the need in today's world, because what you just related to there, I would say is a good idea when it comes to, particularly when you got couples who want to start a family and they need to discuss how they're going to actually raise a family while one of them is at sea. You can only really do that if you've got an opportunity to actually work ashore during that part of your career. Most people have got a young career at sea. They go to sea when they're younger, not older, and that's when they want to start families. So do you see where I'm getting at here?
So you mean move away from the model of voyage contracts and more towards sort of
proper employment,
permanent employment,
or some new model? I don't know. I haven't got the answer.
Well, it'd be a lovely idea. The problem is that the shipping industry, the nature of it, doesn't lend itself to it that easily. Most ships aren't running on regular sort of liner or ferry services. They're tramp ships, and they depend on charters. And the business cycle is often out of synchronisation with the shipping cycle. There may be an increase in global trade. There are too few ships chasing too many cargoes, so the answer is build more ships. But by the time those ships are being commissioned, ordered, constructed, we're at a different stage of the business cycle, and that's what's happened in recent years. For example, in 2015, when the oil price collapsed, I know one major shipping company that put a ship out to charter for a daily rate of $1. Because they just wanted to get it out on the sea. But there's this huge, great investment, but it all happened at the wrong time, and that's just the nature of the business. So, we have to manage as best as we can. Obviously, it would be great if everybody could be given sort of continuity of employment, but there's a reason why the ILO Convention on Continuity of Employment that was adopted in the 1970s never came into force.
Yeah. Sasha, do you think there should be a stronger relationship between the seafarer and their employer?
Is this working?
I think so.
Yes. Yes, I think so. And I think there is also the link that Tim also mentioned between this project and the West Project. Where we also talked about modernization of labor relations and modernization of the work-life balance, which is what your question is also touching
Well, actually,
upon.
one element I wanted to move on to with that was even about how, because we've been talking about lifelong learning.
Yeah, exactly.
How can we have lifelong learning if we're going to treat everybody like they're freelancers? And therefore, they've got to educate themselves. If they're part of an organisation and that organisation is able to invest in their future through learning, sending them to an education at a maritime institution, they'll feel, wow, this company is looking after me. They'll feel engaged, and they'll commit more, they'll give more.
Yes, there are a few elements to this. One of it is what you say, there is a clear link between productivity and permanent jobs in a lot of other scientific projects also. So the link between employers and employees and productivity is a clear one. So a sector where that tie is closer will be a more attractive sector and a more productive sector. And I think we can win there. We can still win there. Yeah.
Got a couple of questions coming in. Justina, one of them's for you. Let's get back to STCW again. Does the European Commission have any plans for a European STCW?
Sorry, can't.
I did not write this question. Does the EC have any plans for a European STCW? Could this initiative exercise pressure to the IMO to update and modernise the STCW? I guess the answer is no, because you're looking fairly confused.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think I did not get the question correctly.
European STCW.
Yeah.
Forget STCW plus then European STCW.
There is no European STCW. It's, by definition, it's an international convention that has been incorporated to the EU legislation entirely, almost. So for funds, the DG Move is not having a funds program. It's my colleague, actually, what Erasmus Plus and every educational related funds. It's not our directorate, so we can only contribute with our knowledge, but we cannot contribute with financing.
I'm just the question asker in this case.
Sorry,
Justina, I've got another one for you. How and when can ESCO be put in line with STCW profiles? You've got all these STCW questions. How and when can ESCO, ESCO, be put in line with STCW profiles?
Okay, so Felix knows what ESCO is.
Okay.
She knows what STCW
She knows what STCW is, and you know what, yeah.
Sorry, she knows what STCW is, but not, I don't know. And I know what ESCO is, but she doesn't know what ESCO is. So what
Apparently it's one of the,
apparently,
listen, it is one of the recommendations from the SkillSea here about
the STC...
ESCO and STCW.
Yeah, no, ESCO is not... wait. One of the recommendations of this project recommends to ESCO. ESCO is the European Skills, Competences and Occupation Compendium. Yeah? It's a common language with common definitions that initially started. Why we needed that? Because of Euros. Euros is a kind of platform for people who look for work or employers who offer work. It's a European platform. So that a Pole can post on that platform in Polish and it's automatically translated in all languages. You had to create a common language, so automatic translation, and that led to this compendium where skills and occupations, skills, competences, and occupations are defined, and then also translated as close as possible in all languages. So there is a common language for education and training, and you are not the only project, by the way, they're not the only Erasmus Blueprint Alliance that has closely worked together with ESCO. ESCO is very interested in the work of Blueprint Alliances in other sectors as well, because regularly it starts with the Blueprint project looking at this compendium and then developing further and also identifying gaps in the compendium. And that, in fact, all projects contribute to the further development of ESCO and finding gaps and filling them. And now, in detail, I guess that you have recommended that ESCO takes over certain competences that were not there. You have recommended, I guess, because I follow 27 Blueprint Alliances. I cannot be informed in detail on all of them, but I know what they do, like this, for example. And everybody running education and training projects across borders will confirm we need a common language. And together with the EQF and, of course, then the national qualification framework, ESCO is such a common language. Was I too long?
No, but I can continue. Taking into account what Felix said, now I think I can reply to the question that actually we don't need this for the European level, this ESCO language, because whatever we need, we do have from IMO.
Okay.
All the convention is being interpreted, there are guidelines and recommendations from the IMO, and since it's an international instrument, we don't need to put into the European language, meaning Eurospeak is not needed here. We can stay with London English, and I think that whatever we have, we can, what we are offering, and I think it's a very good tool for administrations, are trainings provided by European Maritime Safety Agency on STCW.
Sasha, did you have?
Yes, would you allow me to bring in another policy notion?
Of course.
Please. This beautiful project, and thank you very much to everybody who's put great work in it, really has a lot of value also for another policy initiative by global social partners, which is the Just Transition Task Force. Our global partners, ITF, ICS, and the UN Global Compact have come together with great work on just transition, which is all about many of the things we're talking about today. Our industry is in a huge transition, environmental and in terms of technology, and it doesn't start tomorrow, it's started yesterday. So our skills need to be, our reskilling, our upskilling also has needed to start yesterday or the day before or before. Now, the partners in this alliance globally, we want this transition to be a just transition, leading to decent jobs, safe jobs, and attractive jobs, which is a lot of what we talked about today. And I think the safety is something that we have not put many words in yet, but it's hugely important, because when we do new jobs with old skills, it will be very dangerous for people and for the environment. So that's also why we needed to start yesterday, not today. So that's one of the aspects. And I think, now that I still have the mic until you interrupt me, that this is a huge chance for Europe, because we want shipping to be safe and attractive in the whole world. But Europe can lead the way in quality shipping. And I know, I totally understand you, Justina, where you say, I wouldn't say STWC plus, but I tend to say a bit about, European quality shipping could lead the way.
So we're talking about keeping Europe as a competitive,
yes,
both in terms of the European seafarer, the nationality of the seafarer, from the training establishments and their opportunities that they can offer to people coming in and being trained there, internationally, of course, and to the shipping companies that want to employ people there. And still, bearing in mind the previous panel, on a national perspective, to keep that sort of national competence, the elements such as the clusters, and that to be able to be competitive nationally as well. And this whole notion of sort of growing the whole industry. So let's look at that also, because one element I see in terms of the discussion at the IMO and everywhere else when it comes to the whole industry and the transition of the industry, if you look at the way the IMO discusses things these days, it seems to think of itself as much as maritimes, it sees itself as part of a blue economy, of a broader opportunity here for people in the industry to actually be part of the renewable energy sector, to be engaged in new sectors and that. So how can we have policies that encourage that? Because there's new types of ships that are being built, there's new opportunities, there's companies that want, crew transfer vessels to be able to put people into the offshore to do repairs of offshore wind turbines. We need the people to do the offshore. So, I mean, do we then start looking at the maritime training establishments nationally and say, we should actually look at them as feeding people into the blue economy, not just shipping? So, Alco, that's perhaps an answer for you. You might want to look at as well. Is there a role for METs to become blue economy educational training establishments rather than just shipping? And how would that fit into a sort of national or international or European policy? Yes, don't look shocked. I'm not the juggernaut going towards the rabbits here.
Interesting point, but it's very important to bear in mind with with this point for one thing, and with the generality of everything that's really been discussed today. The number one driver is going to be the needs of ship owners. Now, ship owners, they want the crew transfer vessels. Therefore, there may be training requirements coming out of that. We're talking about different new fuel types. Now, a lot of these are untested. They bring with them their own problems, and inevitably there are going to be training requirements that arise out of those to keep them safe. Even the carriage of electric vehicles that are powered by big packs of lithium-ion batteries, putting out a fire. An electric vehicle that started when a lithium-ion battery has gone into thermal runaway is totally different from anything that a seafarer is trained for. All their training can do is contain one. They will, they're not trained to put them out, and they can't. But it's the choice of the ship owner to accept these vehicles on their ro-ros if they're operating ro-ros, and there's actually a Norwegian company that's banned them altogether because they can't accept that risk. But the reason why I say
Which
that
I find very ironic, by the way, because it's got batteries on the ships.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Maybe they have more control over how well those batteries are maintained than people who are bringing vehicles on. But to get back to the original point that I was making, it's the needs of ship owners and the availability of people who are worth ship owners while training and employing that feeds right through into the shoreside clusters and that drives the curricula of the Met institutions. And it's really important not to lose sight of that, because if you're not getting that throughput of people who are attractive to ship owners to employ, then the onward employers, the shoreside employers, won't get them either. And so I think when we talk about, in the report, making it easier for seafarers to transfer into shoreside jobs, the first question you need to ask, well, is it difficult at the moment? And certainly in our experiences in the UK, it's not difficult at all. They're in great demand ashore, and this is one of the reasons why the lifespan of the seagoing career is shortening. Now, there are lots of things that can be done to address that, partly to do with making the seagoing career more attractive. We've had amendments to the MLC that will come into force next year that partly address that, and we've looked at it in, as Sasha and I have said, the West Project that the social partners undertook and concluded last year. We need to be attracting Europeans into seagoing careers. There are strategic reasons why it's important for national economies to do that and to invest in it, which is why we have the Maritime State Aid guidelines. But if first and foremost the needs of ship owners are not met, then nobody else's needs will be met either. And it's really important that we keep that in mind.
But going back to my question then previously, and that was along the lines of what are those needs? Because if you can change the relationship with the seafarer, your needs, that you're asking, you've got a different need of the seafarer if you bring them in as in part of the company, for example, rather than as on a short-term contract.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is one of the reasons why the STCW convention and certificates of competency under STCW are, to a very large extent, generic, so that you have that portability between different ship types. Now, obviously, there are the add-ons, the tanker endorsements, and low flashpoint fuels, polar code. But that's why the idea when it came to IMO of having bulk carrier endorsements was thrown out, because it would cause more problems than it would solve. Keeping that generic nature of the certificates and the portability.
But isn't that one way forward then, to have an STCW that remains that basic, extreme basic, but then we're able to have certificates that go beyond that? You mentioned the dangerous cargo endorsement and that. So you have, engineers would have a steam or a motor ticket. So tomorrow's engineers would have a basic education, but then have a methanol and or ammonia endorsement.
Well, one of the questions that's going to have to be asked, someone sort of jumping ahead quite a bit here into
it's
the
policy, we're meant to.
Yeah, into the review of STCW. But one of the questions that's going to have to be asked is, for every element that's going to go into the training for a certificate of competency, to what extent is it essential for the safe operation of the ship? And this is going to, I think, be the obstacle against which many of the aspirations of people who want their shopping lists made mandatory in STCW is going to come up against. STCW is about the safe operation of the ship and the proper functioning of the engines. Anything on top of that. I think we had discussions about it earlier that alluded to it. I think Professor Zetz mentioned it. If you're going to put stuff in, what are you going to take out? Because if you don't, you'll end up with certificate of competency syllabi that are so jam-packed, it'll take longer to train an officer of the watch than it will to train a doctor. And that's what you've got to be aware of, because if it's like that, how will you ever attract people into the industry? They will not, it's tough enough already. That's the other side of the equation, dealing with that demand side. So I hope I'm going some way towards answering your point here. But the needs of ship owners have got to be paramount. It's got to be what's useful to them.
Two more. I'm going to combine two questions here into one. There's a question that says, are the two women at the panel, what sort of training would make this attractive for women in the future? What do we need to do to get attractive? And the other one is, how do we still focus education at the younger generation? Do we attract people who are in their 40s and 50s to start a career at sea? So how do we bring in women? I know that's a big question that's been going on for the last 5 or 6 years, or maybe longer. But how do we take what we're talking about in SkillSea? Let's put this into the SkillSea perspective. How do we take policies for future skills setting and training and make it such that it becomes an attractive industry? We heard one suggestion, that is the language we use in terms of what we're talking about when we're promoting the industry. But what would make it more attractive to women? And secondly, should we also look at having a broader age range, that we bring in people of an older, who've got experience in other industries as well? Please.
Thank you. I think to answer that question is about, it has a lot of elements, both for women and for men. The reskilling, upskilling aspect that this project that came out of this project is one of them. A highly skilled profession will contribute to attractiveness. The students here from STC, well, I know you were on the panel, but your colleague also was here in the lunch break, etc. Tell us that the technological challenge is part of the attractiveness, seeing the world, but also working in a skilled profession. For professional women, young women, that will not be so different. They will also, I know many women who are attracted by those aspects of the profession. But we also need to work on those labor relations, on those permanent jobs, on bullying and harassment, on mental health, on well-being. We need to take care of the people. When you talk about other age profiles, we need to talk about the people who do stay on board. Part of the seafarers do keep sailing, and skills help, reskilling, upskilling, help them go fit to the finish, reach the finish, reach retirement in a healthy, in a safe, in a happy way, in an attractive profession with craftsmanship where they can be proud to sail. But also the elements of being realistic, that a big group will leave sailing and go to shore, can contribute to attractiveness of the career perspective. And even cross-sectoral mobility is part of that. So I think we need that whole package to make the profession attractive, to keep it attractive, and not only for women. I think that's more or less the package that I see as a response to your question.
Yeah. Let's go. Actually, I won't just go straight to Justina. I want the men to answer the question as well. Tim.
Thank you very much. Well, it's difficult to add really to what Sasha said, and I've alluded to some of the other points earlier. It's thinking about the general career lifestyle. Does that is that a hindrance to women's employment at sea, or is it increasingly becoming something that can be used to their advantage? How the industry goes out and recruits people is going to be important to it. How it trains them, and I'm going to be slightly controversial here because there was a proposal to bring into the Officer of the Watch certificate some mandatory training on bullying, harassment, including sexual assault and sexual harassment, which was very largely focused on reporting incidents. That to me normalises unacceptable conduct from others on board that is to the disadvantage of the women, and that will, I think, be entirely counterproductive if it goes in. We've done a lot of work as social partners in Europe, and also that has now been taken up and is now referenced in the MLC on the elimination of bullying, harassment on ships, including obviously sexual assault and sexual harassment. And that has got to be the reference point for our efforts going forward in that regard. But a lot of great strides have been made in the past sort of 30 years or so with European anti-discrimination. Also, the legal framework is there, but taking a positive view, of diversity and inclusion, and employers that do this across all sectors. Reap the rewards of it. So it's multifaceted. Equipping people with skills that are useful to them, throughout the life cycle of their career, is obviously helpful. But the work environment is going to be a big factor too.
I go to Justina.
Every discussion we have about seafarers coming to one point about attractiveness of the profession. Whenever we start, either we start from working condition or education or need for upskilling, reskilling, or just transition, we always end up with how to attract young people to join the industry. So I think that, okay, we cannot talk about only one element of a seafarer's profession. We always have to talk about all elements because they're cross-cutting each other. So whenever we talk about education, we have to bear in mind that this education, so we do have two pillars. We have ESTCW from IMO and we have MLC 2006 from ILO, but you cannot read one without another. You always have to read them together because whenever you talk about education of seafarers, the modern education of very modern seafarers, you have to educate them on what are their rights, which are on MLC, written in MLC, how they should be treated on board, which is now a big discussion about bullying, harassment on board of a ship. So this is how you have to be treated, but it is also how you have to treat your colleagues on board. What should be the relationship between you, between people on board, with your hierarchy, with the captain, with the master, but with your colleagues as well. The cultural awareness, and also we cannot forget about that the key element also is the perspective of an employment, either ashore or on board. So, I mean, where we were talking about at the West Conference, it was about digitalization. It was about women in shipping. Here it's about how we can educate better future-proof seafarers. And if we go to the ILO and we talk only about working conditions, it's everything. I mean, you have to see the whole picture. You cannot talk only about education. If you listen back to our discussion we have here, we started from a SkillSea program. When I first heard about the SkillSea program, I met the contractors for the first time. I've been told that we are not going to talk about STCW. We are going to talk beyond STCW. The STCW, it's already there. I mean, I do not agree because we have to change it, but that came after. But you cannot only talk about STCW. You have to talk about the whole perspective of the profession. So we are here, we were supposed to be here only to talk about the new skills, the new education methods, curricula, programs, gaps. But we are talking about how to attract people to the profession. I mean, this is something that we have to understand. You cannot separate it. It's one big basket of many elements.
But we need this. We need the training for the skills to make it attractive. I understand that, but in terms of having the training courses, the skill sets, having the digitalization and the elements of green awareness, green training that we need. That's going to be across all of the industries as well, isn't it, Felix? We're not alone in the shipping industry in having those needs. And I guess we will be competing with the people who are going to be looking at other industries as well. So demonstrating that we've got the skills, so we're training to give people the skills to come into an industry, and we are advanced in that, beyond and making it attractive. You're right. I agree. It's all totally integrated and engaged with each other. I've got another couple of questions. I don't think they're for you this time, Justina. Felix, can you put SkillSea in relation to other blueprint projects? So, from what you've understood from what outcome did you expect, and what outcome did you expect, and did we achieve it? So, in terms of where SkillSea has come to, how does it compare with other blueprint projects that you may be aware of in other industries?
I don't know what the score was for your final report on your deliverables, because I couldn't reach my colleague in the executive agency. But yes, the blueprints, our outcomes and deliverables are always similar. Why are they similar? Because our call for proposals is pretty precise about what we want. And we want concrete deliverables. We want, in the end, we want updated training. What does it mean? Labor market relevant training, meaning that industry has informed education and training. We want also international training, meaning that the students or vocational learners are sent abroad for studying or working, where they then come back with soft skills, because there you learn to be more independent, to have cultural capacities, language skills, and all that. So we have studies about it. So then also we also ask for, as a deliverable, then in the end for quality training, work-based learning, maybe in form of in school with the realistic, also real equipment, or in the form of apprenticeships, which then is in a company, So these are the elements that we want to see in quality training. And then we always want to see a long-term plan. It shouldn't end with the EU funding. We want to see a plan. How do the partners want to continue? And there I come to the Pact for Skills. Who has already heard about the Pact for Skills? Well, okay. That's a wider initiative. It's bigger than a Blueprint Alliance. It's either ecosystem-based or regional-based. It's voluntarily a partnership under Pact for Skills, is a coalition of the willing. There, for example, the long-term plan of a blueprint can help a lot. Enlarging the partnership, joining the Pact for Skills. And I can say we have so far 18 ecosystem-based Pact for Skills. Maritime shipping is not yet among them. These 18, these are big partnerships, bigger than blueprints. They have committed to train altogether at least 10 million people of working age. So these Pact for Skills partnership make commitments. It's not a legal thing. You can replace the term commitment with a pledge, like in the European Alliance for Apprenticeships. Yes, and every of the 18 ecosystem-based partnership has a Blueprint Alliance at its core, which is a win-win situation for both, because the Blueprint Alliance then has a much larger audience for disseminating the project results. So the PAC partners will say, you have already something, we can build on it, we take it, we want it, we will use it. And this is also what we want, take up. Yeah, some PAC partnership even have 2 Blueprint Alliances within this larger partnership. So I encourage you to look and inform you about the Pact for Skills. Google Pact for Skills, or I sent the website to the organizers of the conference, and look into that option. And then I would like to say something to attractivity. Justina and Tim and Sasha, they are of course right. You need quality training for quality jobs to be attractive. But to be attractive is not enough. The people to be attractive have to know about you. I mean, if you are a beautiful man or a beautiful woman, but you are always at home, you won't be seen, so you might not find a partner. Or see what I mean? With that, I mean the visibility of the sector and the visibility of a profession in particular, because the sector is too abstract. Yes, ships, we know about ships. Yeah, we have seen a port. But the profession must become visible. The profession. People do not know about single professions. And there are also cooperation not only between industry and our sector and education and training providers, but also with professional orientation. These people advise people on career choices. With this, I think I've said enough, right?
I don't know, you've just turned shipping or seafaring into the beautiful spouse stuck at home, I think. Sasha.
I like the idea of Felix, and what I wanted to add there is I think there's no real discussion here on the need for upskilling and reskilling, but there is a lot of discussion or a lot of questions about attractiveness, about attraction and retention. Attrition and retention, I should say. What I would like all of us to do is there is so much thinking power in the industry and in the European, under the European social partners, the Commission, other actors in this field. I think we should be more creative about trying out making the sector more attractive for young men and women by and that the solutions can't be company-based. The solutions need to be industry-wide, maybe on national level. But I would like us to do pilots with enabling people, and permanent jobs are needed for that, enabling people to come in and out of international trade when they have that age where they build families, to do short sea, to do domestic shipping, to do shore-based work, but still be able to come back. And I always hear it's not possible, the nature of the industry is different, but I think it is, and I think many of us do have good ideas to try it out. And I would say, why not try it out in Europe, since we already have this quality competitiveness that we will definitely keep and improve with reskilling and upskilling. And I see a combination there with also another policy notion, Craig, about the ETF policy notion about European maritime space. Why not try it out in European waters with priority for European high-level upskilled seafarers? Thanks.
Just before we close, because we're coming up to and I need to hand over to René before you get your drinks. So I'm allowing you to stand in between me and the drink, okay? And everybody else, actually. Sorry, everybody else, not just me. Yeah. I want to just finally touch on that bit then. That sort of, whether you call it reskilling, whether you call it further education, whether you call it training. We're talking about individuals that have gone to sea, they've got the certificate of competence, they're working on a ship, and we're talking here about identifying what they need to know to retain their relevance in the industry and retain their interest and their love and passion about the industry. So does that training need to be invested in, and how can it be invested in? So that upskilling, that retraining, that engagement to give people the sort of, yes, the industry wants you to stay in this industry, so here's the skills that you need to retain yourself in this industry. So I'm talking about, going back to what I was saying about, you know, like if you had a company that employed the seafarers and they got engaged with that, but let's talk about it in broader perspective. The maritime sector wants to keep people in the industry, wants to keep people who have been educated. So like these two gentlemen here, they're getting their education, they get educated. But for me, there's a difference between education and training. Training is what you then do, because you have further training, it goes beyond to a certain extent. So how can we formulate that in a way to create more engagement with people, with seafarers, to keep them engaged in the industry, in the European sector? Any thoughts here about that? Felix, you're looking at me confused. You are confused.
But just do it. Get engaged. I mean, don't
do we
talk
need to
about
invest in it?
Well, concretely.
Yeah.
I mean, for example, say, we employers, or I want to offer you quality training.
But if
make an assessment, make an assessment of your skills, and then we'll see whether you can get a higher qualification, because I need higher qualified people. And then I would not think about European or national level. I would start concrete action at regional level.
Okay.
One of the deliverables is set up structural cooperation between maritime education and training institutes. And then the next thing is present a guide for business education partnerships. So if you take it together, you have a guide here and the network there, and then I would do it on a regional level, because normally it's there where the action is.
Is that something that there would be European funds to help stimulate?
It can be about European funds as well, which in the end is the big money is again regional, because it's the European Social Fund, which is administered either nationally or regionally. So, but when it's about investment on skills, I think if you take the countries where vocational training is running well, then usually there are various sources, public and private, of finance for training. tripartite arrangements. So government or regional pays, employer association pays, and the trade unions pay. And of course, you can get in
have you got any
European
thoughts
money
about that as well?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, maybe I will give floor to Tim because he's representing the business part, so I think he's better placed. And then, if I may, after say a few words just about the project.
Tim?
Yeah, thanks. It's nothing new because ever since the most recent review of STCW, there has been requirements for revalidation, 5-yearly demonstrations of competence, and some of this training has to be carried out ashore. So it's nothing new. I think in terms of new skills, upskilling, reskilling. This is where the institutions come in to ensure that they're able to offer what ship owners need, and if there's portability and Europe-wide recognition of the various sort of new courses that are required, that would also help. Like we have the directive of mutual recognition of certificates of competency. If that needs to apply like across the board to all short courses and all the upskilling that's going to be needed if it's linked to STCW qualifications and maintaining the validity of those certificates of competency. So again, it's about Met institutions being responsive to the needs of employers, governments and the European Commission itself providing funds as appropriate. And I know you're going to pull me up on this. Employers themselves, being willing to invest in those members of their sea staff who are perhaps closer to retirement age than the ones that they might have been willing to invest in the past.
Sasha?
Yes, I think it's definitely a joint responsibility, partly of the governments with regulatory responsibilities to have the right education in place, which is college education on the various levels that Alco mentioned earlier and others. Like others have said already, the in-company part is important. I think I'm probably addressing the wrong audience. This is all quality shipping anyway, I guess. We do know examples also globally from employers making seafarers pay for education, pay for skills, pay for retraining, upskilling. And that's, for us as trade unions, that's out of the question. A seafarer should never be made to pay for skills that the industry needs, and especially not for skills in terms of transition, safe transition, just transition jobs. Thanks.
Good. And Justina, some final words then, please.
Yes, thank you. So I think that we've been waiting for this, for the final report from this project long enough, as long as was this project running. And now I think it's now our turn, I mean, for us in the Commission, but also for social partners, I assume, and for educational institutions and governments of the EU to actually carefully analyze what has been brought to us and what is in the final reports and deliverables. And we have to think what we should take and try to put into the reviewed STCW convention. So what we can propose based on the study, the project, what we can propose to the IMO partners for the revision, then what else we can still keep within the framework of the education for cadets still at schools, but beyond the STCW, and what should be this part of what someone has said in the presentation, on-demand training. So what has to be actually the responsibility of the ship owner? when he's getting either the cadet just after the person left the school, or already a well-educated and experienced seafarers, but just a person who needs to be further educated because the technology is developing. And thank you very much for your work.
Good. Can we say thank you to today's panel, final panel? I think you can. And I'll hand over to René to do some final closing comments.
According to the program, I have like 1.5 hours for my closing remarks, right? Isn't that right, Craig? Thank you very much. Let me start by saying that I'm a happy man after today. Truly. I was hoping for, let's say, a very positive vibe, and I was also expecting very, let's say, concrete discussions and very relevant discussions, and I've seen all of those today. I think this has been the result of 4.5 years of hard work, and I think it came really lively into being today during this closing conference. Let me share, I've got a few, let's say, insights and highlights, and perhaps also some issues that I would like to share with you based on my own personal experience of what I've seen and what I've heard in the discussions and in the presentations today. There are only like 27 different points that I'd like to address. No, before the drinks, no. Just a couple, but some highlights, some summaries, but also maybe some foods for thoughts for the further discussions that lie ahead. First of all, I learned a lot about the list of new skills that are really urgently needed to require attention to fill the gap. We talked about digital skills, green skills, entrepreneurship. And what struck me, there was one particular question that dealt with trying to prioritize these skills. I think that one of you asked the question, who would you put up on top? What is the most important thing? And as professionals, whether it was like the education professionals or the seafarers or other professionals, were not really able to answer that question, what was the most important skills that needed to be urgently addressed first. But when asked one of our students, he immediately brought up the more like the soft skills issues like language proficiency, crisis management, and I came to a bit of a realization that the new generation is also a very important stakeholder in this discussion. So I believe that for like next discussions to come, whether it is in MedNets or in other platforms or the forum that we have, that voicing, let's say, the future generation or giving them a platform might be a nice thing to do in further reactions, in further steps to come. Secondly, when learning about the new skills, there is also tension. And there is a tension that was also part of the discussion that struck me. There is tension in the fact that when we are talking about new skills, Mike was also referring that it is also teaching the lecturer. And actually, when you're making use of the educational packages that SkillSea designed, it inspires also to learn more. And it's also almost that when the learning packages are evolving while we are teaching the packages. And that brings a lot of tension between, let's say, the assessment-based curricula that we are teaching and also when talking about the basic requirements for ship safety. So there is tension between evolving those new skills and discussing this with new knowledge with students and, let's say, the assessment-based curriculum that we are used to. And it might be a good, food for thought to discuss those in the future fora or the future networks. Talking of which, we learned about the current, or let's say it used to be an absence that the educational institutions or the METs in Europe are really working in splendid isolations from their own national point of view, and that there is indeed a lack to learn from each other. There is no single one voice from the Met institutions across Europe. There is also a need for a collaboration on the development of those ever needed new skills. The sharing of resources that used to not happen, but there is MetNet now, and it's going to happen. And that, I think, is a very good development, and also to be as a proud result of the SkillSea project. But MetNets, like maritime education institutions alone, is quite a small landscape. I mean, we're talking about education and training, and we have seen in the SkillSea project that the landscape is much broader when we talk about the maritime sector. And that is why we also developed, let's say, a blueprint, or let's say a roadmap for the European Maritime Skills Forum. And this is also, I would say, a great, let's say, mechanism to bring in those different kinds of perspectives and to keep on dialoguing the different perspectives and coming to a solution. So it's both the MetNet that I'm proud of, but also very much the forum as an instrument that is going to bring the future post-SkillSea. I learned about let's say, a different perspective for me, that let's say the diversity of cultures is not only be regarded as an obstacle, because Europe is very diverse, but I also learned with Max's remarks that also it brings richness. And the different perspectives from the different nationalities is also a fact that could bring depth to the argument, depth to the discussions, and also could be used as a vehicle to make the maritime industry on a global scale even more competitive. Let's use that richness in the future discussions to come. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, I learned about different types of words for soft skills. We talked about social skills, we talked about power skills. But there is indeed a need for that. I know that labeling the word soft is not really the best way to do it. I heard about power skills, but we should take this seriously, especially in view of, let's say, the social security on board of ships. It's not, let's say, a funny or a minor, let's say, topic. And especially the younger generation has a different types of sets of values that we should take really, really seriously. And I think that it's also very much important to take on in next, let's say, discussions in how to deal these types of developments and how to tackle those. Also in education, but also in the operations on ships, for which the seafarers and also the ship owners are responsible for. And finally, also there's also, we talked about this also for me learning, we talked about very much about leadership skills and group skills. There was also for me a little bit of personal insight. And I think if you take a look at SkillSea, when we started 4.5 years ago, I think that we were taught very well our group skills, because we actually managed to come up with very serious and concrete results. So that's a compliment to all of you that the group skills of SkillSea are quite in order. So all in all, I'm happy with the result of this conference and also with the results of the SkillSea project. We have a little bit of work to do, indeed, to finalize the final project to submit to the agency, but I'm full confidence that we have something to show. I would like to thank all of the presenters today and all of the panelists for their contributions today. Craig, thank you so much also for moderating this this topic and this sometimes difficult crowd, because seafarers and educationalists can be quite tough sometimes, but you did a great job. Thank you so much for that. I would like to thank Extra ETF and the East Sea crew and the people in the back of the room, for the technician, and for organizing this wonderful event. Thank you so much, and I hope to see you again in the future with lively discussions, good debates. Let's go for a drink. Cheers. Thank you so much.
I've always wanted to do that. if you're a SkillSea partner, they want to take your photograph up here. That was all I was going to say. I just took the chance to do that. If you're one of the SkillSea partner, please come up here. Thank you very much, everybody. Now you can carry on.